game that moves forward quickly, and you've got to look at your best players who are in form, especially coming out of Big Bash cricket, whether that be IPL cricket, and those guys that are playing consistently in that format. I think you have to nearly prioritise them when you start talking about your international T20 side. And that's a difficult thing, because we're talking about especially the big three bowlers as well, who are our three best test bowlers as well. So when you start to do that and say, well, hang on, they're not playing as much T20 cricket because they're playing test cricket, the impact on that leading into a World Cup team, I do think it's a bit horses for courses. So I think you've got to pick your best T20 players in that format, regardless of what you're doing in the test setup.
The other thing that's been fascinating is the conversation around Agar, as you said, about, let's put him up the top and try and work out where he sort of best fits in this team. He was really a surprise omission from the World T20, and Australia had changed the structure that has really worked in T20 cricket for a long time, which is, as opposed to Test cricket and other forms of the game, instead of 7-4, 7 bats and 4 bowlers, traditionally in T20 cricket, it's been 6 and 5. It's been 6 bats up the top, 5 genuine bowling options. You need them to be able to defend for you, and if the 6 bats can't get the job done in 20 overs, what is a 7th bat going to do? Instead, Australia went with 7 and 4 at the World T20, and it worked for them. But now all of a sudden it's like, we couldn't possibly find a spot for Agar. Well, maybe you just need to get 6 bats into 7 spots somehow. 7 bats into 6 spots somehow before the World T20 starts.
Yeah, and you've got all of these all-rounders as well. So you talk about the occasional overs that Glenn Maxwell can bowl. What can Stoinis do when he's fully fit from a bowling point of view as well? So all of a sudden it becomes tricky with all of these all-rounders, and it nearly feels like it's, Ashton Agar is the next all-rounder that they're pushing. And I'm a bit of a believer as well that you pick your best bowlers, and what they can do from a batting point of view is just a bonus as well. So I think you've got to look at it in that context. And for someone like Ashton Agar, he hasn't been hit for a boundary in the last 2 matches. So for me, that is worth its weight in gold in T20 cricket, to have a spin bowler who's not getting hit for boundaries. We're previously be talking about, spin bowlers who create opportunities. They might go for a few runs. They're definitely going to get hit for boundaries. He looks like a bowler who can play to any role. He can be that economical bowler that might bowl in and out of the power play, but he can also be a really attacking option as well. And when he takes pace off the ball, he looks super attacking. So, I think Ashton Agar for me looks like somebody who is in their best 11, but it's going to be based on form and the makeup of the batters that sit at the top of the lineup.
Looking forward to hearing from you throughout the night, Beamsy.
Thanks, Corby.
Kristen Beams, along with Matt Clinch and Dirk Nannis, making up our commentary team tonight here at the MCG. It is overcast. Floodlights are on, but an earlier start on a Sunday evening, so it'll get underway just after 5 p.m. We've had the toss. Kaz, Australia have won it. They're going to bat first. So after winning the toss in the previous 2 games and electing to field, they're going to have a hit. The same 11 for the Aussies, but Aaron Finch will be opening with Ben McDermott when play begins in about 20 minutes' time. And I've got my head around the changes for Sri Lanka, so I'll give them to you again as succinctly as I can, Kaz. Gunatilaka, Chandimal and Van der Sar are all out, so you can scratch them. The 3 coming in. Kamil Mashara is going to open the left-handed bat. Praveen Jaya Wickrama, the left-arm finger spinner, comes in. And Janeth makes his debut as well, the wicketkeeper and right-hand bat at number 5 for Sri Lanka.
Cheers, Corbin. Thanks for that. 10 minutes and we'll take you back to Corbin and all the team, ball-by-ball coverage of this final international match of our Australian summer, the final match of this T20 International Series.
Across Australia, you're tuned to ABC Grandstand.
So we'll use this time to take you back around the grounds. First stop before we take you to the Sheffield Shield and also the Winter Olympics. Let's head back to the golf and the TPS Murray River mixed event. And Hannah Green was the leader by, I think it was 4 strokes at 20 under the last time we crossed back. So let's cross back to Nick Dasty, PGA Tournaments Director, Australasia, who can bring us up to date with the very latest. Nick.
G'day, Karen. Yeah, still 4 shots here. Hannah Green currently on the 17th green with a 4-shot lead over Hayden Hopewell, who's in the clubhouse finished on 16 under. And her playing partner for the day, Andrew Evans, also on 16 under. So I think she'll be well and truly home as she comes up the 18th.
That's fantastic news. We'll keep in touch with you. And I know once the cricket is underway, especially if she does hold through, it'll be great to bring our listeners the results. So thanks indeed, Nick, for all of your updates this afternoon.
No problem at all. Thanks, Karen.
Nick Dasty there from the very special event, the TPS Murray River. So the mixed event, the men and the women together. And Hannah Green just, was one of 4 players at 15 under heading into the final round. But as you've just heard, still holding this 4-stroke lead now over Andrew Evans. Not too much of the final round to play. Let's head back around the Sheffield Shield venues. First up, the SCG, New South Wales and Tasmania. Aaron Bryans.
Karen, New South Wales have declared at 9 for 226 with a lead of 289 runs. Tanvir Sangha finishing not out 2 from 6. Harry Conway finishing 7 from 30. Bo Webster, Tom Andrews took 3 wickets each for the Tigers. Jason Sangha was the top scorer for the Blues with 75 from 178. So Tasmania need 290 to win with a day to come in this Shield clash. They're currently none for 1. That sole run coming from Tim Ward, who's 1 from 5. Caleb Jewell just facing his first delivery. He's none from 1.
And Clint Wheeldon, Junction Oval, Victoria and Queensland.
Where Queensland have lost a wicket, Karen, a big one too. Joe Burns is out for 13 off 21 deliveries. He was caught by the wicketkeeper Harper from the bowling of Perry. The ball moving away to the faintest of edges and through to the keeper. 1 for 20 it was at that time. It's now 1 for 22. So Queensland in its second innings. They lead Victoria at the moment by 11 runs with 9 wickets remaining. Victoria all out a little earlier today for 360 in its first innings. Nick Maddinson, the star of the show, 110 unbeaten he put on from 147 deliveries. This summer, Karen, Nick Maddinson, 444 runs at an average of 88.80. Scored 2 centuries and 2 50s, and he was a delight to watch today. Repeating, Queensland lead Victoria at the moment. The Bulls just into the start of their second innings. They're up by 15 runs with 9 wickets remaining. They're 1 for 26.
Thank you, Clint. In the WNBL, just some quick scores here. Full time, the Melbourne Boomers 85, defeating the Sydney Flames 76. The NBL, Adelaide down in Cairns 82-71, very close to full time. Melbourne United 108, leading the Breakers 73. And in the AFLW this afternoon, the North Melbourne, the Kangaroos 6-38, defeating Collingwood 2-3-13. The final day of the Winter Olympics. Let's take you back to Brett Sprigg with the very latest. Brett.
Karen, Finland are chasing their first ice hockey men's gold. They have just gone ahead 2-1 against the Russian Olympic Committee early in this third period. To the final period of play. There's still 16 and a half minutes to go, but Finland lead at that one 2-1. Earlier, a short time ago, Casey Wright and Jess Yeaton, our Aussies in the ski cross country, completed the 30-kilometre course there. A lot of skiers didn't. We saw German dominance in the 4-man bobsleigh. Francesco Friedrich completing a double in these games, just as he achieved in Pyeongchang as well. So a nice win for Germany in the 4-man bobsleigh. Earlier in the final alpine skiing event of the program, Austria beat Germany to take gold in the combined teams parallel slalom, and Norway took bronze over the USA. Sammy Kennedy-Sim, our freestyle skier from the ski cross, announced as our Aussie flag bearer for tonight's closing ceremony at her third Olympic Games. A real honour for her as we reflect on a successful campaign for our Australian team. 4 medals overall, including Jakara Anthony's gold. So plenty that we've enjoyed across the past 16 days. And of course, bring on the Paralympics, Karen, getting underway on March the 4th.
I know, it doesn't stop. I'm really looking forward to those as well. Love the times of the year with all sport, just love sport, but it's great for the Olympic Games and the Paralympics as well. So I'm just with you for the next 3 or 4 minutes, and then we'll take you to our team at the MCG. Yeah, full time in the NBL, Melbourne United 108, defeating the Breakers 73. And also I just thought, well, keeping on today and the final day of the Winter Olympics, and of course just in the situation that we've been talking for so long about, the impact of COVID and everything around it, that as soon as athletes had completed their events, home they had to go. So for all of our medalists, and on that brilliant day of Jakara Anthony with gold and Tess Cody with bronze, the first time that's ever happened to Australia, 2 medals in one day. It was great to catch up with Tess Cody on grandstand this week. Yesterday in snowboarding, the women's slopestyle, and just what it has been like to get home to Australia and to celebrate with family and friends.
Yeah, it was good fun. We had a fair few people over at our house, and yeah, definitely a few champagne bottles popping, and yeah, it was good. It was a really fun night.
Now you're talking from us, so you can paint the picture to our listeners. We're going right around Australia, but you're in the garden there at St Kilda. So what's the weather like for you today?
Oh, it's so lovely. I have a pretty terrible temperature gauge these days because I've just been in negative 30 degrees. So it could be anywhere between 10 and 20 degrees right now, probably. And I wouldn't be able to tell the difference because either way, it's balmy. It's so nice, just out in the sunshine. It's so nice and green. And yeah, just really, really enjoying being home.
And Tess, have any others been lucky enough to get to touch or perhaps even be given the opportunity to wear your Olympic medal?
Oh, definitely. It was definitely getting passed around the party a lot last night. No, it was really fun. It's so great to get to share that with everyone who's come along with me in this journey. So it's great to see other people wearing it, taking lots of photos and stuff. It's really cool.
It was so great to catch up with Tess Cody on Grandstand yesterday. Bronze medalist Jakara Anthony, so wonderful to chat with her as well. The gold medalist and joining such a wonderful club of 6 Australians who have reached that dream point of winning gold at a Winter Olympic Games. Scotty James and Jacqueline Narracott, what stories as well, with silver apiece. So a gold, 2 silver and bronze to Australia. Just with you for a couple more minutes before we take you all to the MCG for the cricket. So let's go around the grounds. Back for the latest from the SCG. Aaron Bryans.
Karen, Tasmania, none for 2, chasing 290 for victory on day 3. Tim Ward is 2 from 13. Caleb Jewell yet to get off the mark. He's none from 1. New South Wales declaring earlier at 9 for 226. Bo Webster and Tom Andrews taking 3 wickets each for the Tigers. So in response, Tasmania now none for 2. Tim Ward's added another run to his total, chasing 290 for victory on day 3.
At Junction Oval, Clint Wilden.
18 overs to go in day 3. Karen, Victoria all out earlier today in its first innings for 360. Queensland have started their second innings. The Bulls are 1 for 30. The batter out, Joe Burns, fell for 13. Winning at the moment, they're 1 for 30, a lead of 19 runs with 9 wickets remaining.
And another update from the Winter Olympics, the ice hockey. Brett Sprigg.
Yeah, one last look at this men's final, Karen. Finland continues to lead 2-1. The most recent goal scored through Hans Bjornanen only a short time ago. But 12 minutes left before full-time. Finland 2, the Russians 1.
Good on you, Brett. So thank you for all of your just being part with us for Grandstand this Sunday afternoon, and it's been great to be with you. Now stick with us because just about to take you back to the MCG, the final match of this T20 series, Australia and Sri Lanka. So Australia winning the toss, they will be batting first, and captain Aaron Finch, he'll be back to his opening position alongside Ben McDermott. So I hope you enjoy our coverage today. Corbin Middlemass and Matt Clinch, joined by Kristen Beams and Dirk Nennis. Thanks to everyone who's helped get our National Grandstand program underway and continuing today. Enjoy the cricket. Bye for now.
From March, you'll need to log in with an ABC account to watch shows on ABC iView. So if you're digging into all of Muster Dogs, good boy, log in now to add it to your watch list so you never miss an episode. And if you're binging great dramas or comedies or docos or even Bluey, you'll be able to pick up watching where you left off across your logged-in devices. I like you more and more and more the more I get. Log in with your ABC account and make it yours on ABC iView.
ABC Sport.
We begin this broadcast by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which this match will be played today and pay our respects to their elders past, present and emerging. We extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples listening.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka.
He hits him straight down the ground. That'll be 6.
Beautifully driven, the off drive, back down the ground for 4.
Bowles, struck on the pad, that looked plumb. He's been given.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
The Melbourne Cricket Ground is the backdrop, an overcast day for the 5th and final T20 International, not just of the series, but the last international of the summer, which started way back in September and comes to a close here towards the back end of February. It's been a highly successful summer for our Australian teams, but it's also been dramatic off the field. A chance for us to reflect in front of what is a modest crowd here for the final international between Sri Lanka and Australia. Corbin Middlemass with you in commentary. Matt Clinch is going to join me, Kristen Beams and Dirk Nannis, our grandstand cricket experts. The news from the G is that the Aussies have won the toss. They've elected to have a hit first in the final T20, starting a little earlier than usual, just after 5 p.m. local time. For Sri Lanka, they've made 3 changes. We'll get into some of that momentarily. First of all, the changes. Camille and Janeth both make their debut for Sri Lanka, while Jaya Wickrama comes in for just his second ODI. Chandimal, Gunatilaka and Vandesay go out. So the first 2 in particular, they're experienced bats. Missing here. It's a young Sri Lankan team trying to avoid a series sweep. Dirk Nannis is alongside me. It's a cool night again. And I mentioned earlier that 13,000 that were here on Friday night were criticised in number, given that we thought it was going to be a little higher. Be lucky to be 13,000 here at the moment, despite the fact they're spread into all corners of the ground, Dirk. The Southern Stand is open tonight.
Good evening, Corbin. I feel like there's going to be a few more than 13,000 today. They were all packed into just a couple of bays in the previous game, but today, well, the Southern Stand's open, the top tier's open in a couple of sections. I think we're going to see a few more than that, and I hope so. I think Sri Lanka have been, well, they're leading with their strongest suit. They're bowling heavy, their batting's been poor, so why not make a few changes and give a few guys a go? Because the batting across this series has really let them down. And for Australia, it's nice to see them revert back to type and go back to what's been successful in terms of Aaron Finch at the top, and the Ashan Agar experiment is finished, at least for now. We assume that it's finished for good, because it didn't work.
It's fair to say it sounded like Aaron Finch was leading the charge to have him sort of drop down and experiment in the middle order. We saw it in the Big Bash with the Melbourne Renegades, and now coming to play for Australia, he's done it again here. He mentioned only a couple of days ago that he could bat as low as 5 in the series. The quote leading into the 2 games in Melbourne from Finch was, "I'm pretty flexible with where I can bat in the order, potentially 5 in the next couple of games." But coach isn't too excited about that prospect. It's just something we'll talk through when we sit down and discuss what we want going forward out of the next couple of games. Well, that lasted 1 game, him batting at 3, and he's back up the top of the order. Is that a fair read on the situation, that this is Andrew McDonald pulling rank and saying, look, mate, you're in the team to open the batting. That's where we need you?
Happened in 2 games, because it happened in... but Ben McDermott got dismissed first ball in Canberra.
Sorry, that quote was leading into the... Sorry,
yes.
That was only 1 game since then, is what I meant.
Pardon me.
Yep.
Look, what I like about it is it shows that it's the captain's team. I think that shows that when Andrew McDonald's coach, he lets the captain do his thing, and sure, there's consultation, but the captain ultimately has the call. That's probably a little bit of a change, maybe a subtle change from what's happened before. And they're just desperate to get Ashan Agar into this team on a bit more of a permanent basis. And if that was a little bit of a lifeline, let's see how you go. If it pays off, fantastic. We've got... we've got an extra bowler in the team. Ashan Agar can hold his spot up the top of the order, but that's... Is
it a confidence thing, though, from Finch? Is it a worry that the captain of the team that's played his whole career as an opener is now at an advanced stage where his form has dipped? And the questions are, is he in decline? Now all of a sudden he wants to be a middle order player.
You can read it both ways, can't you? You can read it as someone who's confident in their so confident in their position in the team that they can... hand over their spot to someone else, knowing that it doesn't really matter. I've still got my spot in the team. Let's see if this works for us. You could probably read it both ways. I think that he'd absolutely feel that his form isn't fantastic at the moment, but I think we're pretty hasty to discuss or seriously discuss removing him as captain of his team.
There's games coming up in Pakistan, so the national team will be playing there, and a bit of T20 cricket before the home World Cup later this calendar year. So the side for the Australians, same 11. Finch and McDermott are going to open, though. Josh Inglis up to 3. He's been the leading run scorer for Australia throughout the series so far. Glenn Maxwell in at 4. Stoinis listed at 5. And then Wade up to 6. So all of a sudden we've got 6 genuine bats and 5 bowling options, which has been a different mix than what we saw work in the World T20, where they went to a sort of more traditional format with 7 bats and 4 bowlers. The all-rounder at 7 in Daniel Sams, and then Agar at 8. The two Richardsons, Jai at 9, and his namesake Kane at 10, and then Adam Zampa at 11. So no Travis Head, no Moses Enriquez. Meanwhile, for Sri Lanka, they've made a couple of changes. Kumil Mishra is going to open the batting. It's the first time that we've seen him in the series. It's the first time we've seen him in this format of the game. He's making his debut in T20 international cricket. He's a left-handed bat who averages 21 in T20 cricket at domestic level with a highest score of 46 and a strike rate of 120. So he's opening the batting tonight for Sri Lanka. Patham Nissanka is the leading run scorer in the series so far from both teams. He's opening with him. Charith Asalanka in at 3, Kushal Mendez at 4. Janeth Linagi is in at 5. He's the wicketkeeper who replaces Dennis Chandimal, so he is also on debut tonight. We'll see how he goes. Right-handed bat at 26 years of age. Dashaun Shanaka comes in at number 6. He's the captain, so the all-rounders start there. Chamika Karunaratne. Then Chamira at 8, the fast bowler. Praveen J. Wickrama, we see him for the first time, the left-arm orthodox spinner. Mahesh Tikshana, he's been tremendous for the series so far at number 10. And Lahiro Kumara, who played the other night, backing up for his second game of the series. So that's the 11 for Sri Lanka. The umpires are out there, the men in charge tonight. Donovan Kosh and Sam Nagowski. Sean Craig is the TV umpire. Sri Lanka in the field, predominantly in the dark blue with the orange accent. And here come the Australian opening pair of Aaron Finch and Ben McDermott, the Aussies predominantly in black with a splash of yellow.
It's interesting to see Aaron Finch changing what he does tonight at the toss. In the previous game, he wanted to bat second because he just felt that the MCG, the ball tends to skid on a little bit more later on in the evening. This time around, he's opting to bat first. It's probably going to be a touch on the slower side, this pitch, because it is the same pitch that was played on in the last game. So you just wonder whether it's going to be a fraction slower. It was good bounce in the last game here. Changes of pace tended to work pretty well, but still, when you wanted to bowl a good bouncer, Sri Lanka did that a lot of times.
Mahesh Tikshana is going to open up. He's the right-arm off-break bowler, Dirk. We saw him in operation the other night, bowled 3 up front.
He's been fantastic. I love the... Oh, he's another one of those mystery guys, isn't he, where until you've played him a fair bit, you find a little bit of a tough guy to read.
Now, I mentioned Janeth Liangi was named on the... Linagi, was named on the team sheet as the wicketkeeper. It's Kushal Mendez who actually has the gloves on, and we know he can keep, so that's a little change from the team sheet. We're ready to go in the last of the T20s, and Finch gets a leading edge ball one. It lands safe just in front of cover. And Shanaka comes in to meet it, falling a couple of metres short of the fielder.
Straight away he gets that drift. This is the challenge that Aaron Finch has had lately, is we haven't really seen him burst out of the blocks like he's well known for, to really take on the bowling early in his innings.
Tikshana, quicker ball. Finch defends off the back foot out to mid-off. There's no run. And that's Kamil Mishara on debut doing the fielding at mid-off.
I guess that's the challenge of facing the spinner earlier, the mystery spinner. You're more feeling your way through rather than just see ball, hit ball.
Tikshana on off stump, and Finch back defending, back down the pitch. Cautious start, 3 dots.
When he gets drift, it's almost like he's bowling an in-swinger, hooping in-swinger, almost Chaminda Vast sort of pace, how that ball comes into the right-hander. It moves a mile.
Finch just pulling out as the bowler was about to reach his delivery stride. 11 of his last 16 hits in this format for Australia. He's gone at less than a run a ball, Aaron Finch, a strike rate of below 100. He clips a ball just wide of the bowler and the non-striker, and he'll pick up 1 through mid-wicket. He's off the mark, Aaron Finch. The Aussies no wicket for 1.
I think that really is his challenge, is to keep that strike rate up, particularly when you're setting like they are here. This is a good pitch. There's no real excuses for finding it going difficult. particularly against the quicks. It's a bit of a change when you've got a mystery spinner that you're not particularly comfortable with, but when you've got the quicks on, it's Aaron Finch's bread and butter.
Long on and square leg out. First ball to McDermott, who's pulling through the hands of the man at mid-wicket. Gee, they brought him into that position. He was in the right spot, and the ball burst straight through his hands. It's a wonderful setup, and that's the man on debut as well in Janeth Lidangi. That is not the start that he wanted. A drop catch, his first involvement in international cricket. McDermott to 1, no wicket for 2.
And that's as easy a catch as you're going to get in that position. Straight to him, right above the eyes.
Finch back on strike, back in the crease, and dabs it down to long on for a single. So, cagey start, no wicket for 3. The Aussies after the first over, winning the toss and batting first.
Yeah, all you can put that down to is a guy that's excited to play his first game and just nervous as anything. Poor guy.
He had one golden duck in the series already in Canberra, Ben McDermott. He almost had another. Dropped on naught. And Tikshana, the bowler, has been sensational, just dropping down and whacking the bowling crease after that catch went down. He could have had one in the opening over. Ben McDermott off the mark. He's on 1, Finch on 2. Mahiru Kamara is going to bowl from the members' end of the ground. Overcast day in Melbourne. The temperature 20 degrees, but no chance of rain according to the forecast. First slip in for Finch. And the pace of Kamara as he bowls full on leg stump, whacks into the pads of Finch, and they'll scamper through for 1. In fact, he got a bit on it, according to the umpire. They'll count off the bat, so Finch to 3, no wicket for 4.
That's a bit of a miss for Finch. That ball's missing leg stump. It was a half volley with no mid-wicket. He could easily have punched that through for 4. And here he was good the other night. He bowled with real fire. Great pace. Challenging throughout. He bowled some good bounces as well.
2 for 22. His figures back on Friday. He's into McDermott here, who's defending a ball on off stump back to the bowler. There's no run.
There's a lot to like about this Sri Lankan unit that they brought out here, in terms of their bowling unit, rather. It's always been their batting that's been their strength. And you sit here now and just think, wow, if they could actually put together a decent batting lineup, they might be a somewhat competitive team.
When you consider as well, the one Thashara is out with a side strain. They're missing their spinner, of course, in Hasaranga, as McDermott clips a ball off his pads down to fine leg, and will get through for 1 down to Tikshana there in front of the southern stand at fine leg. And McDermott to 2, no wicket for 5 in the second over. The other injury is Fernando Benara, who we saw in the first game, picked up COVID, unfortunately, so he's in isolation and hasn't been able to play. So they're sort of 3 quality bowlers they haven't even had in these remaining couple of games.
That's why at the end of this series, it's great to give a couple of debut games to batsmen to warrant them being on the tour.
Kamara to Finch. Yep. Finch chops down on it, and they'll pick up 1. As the keeper, Mendez, comes up to meet it. Single for Finch. He moves to 4. Aussies no wicket for 6 in the second over.
So again, this is that challenge that Aaron Finch has. Yeah. When I think back of Aaron Finch from 5 years ago, or even less, but you always think of him as, after 10 balls, he's 15. Here he's 6 balls and he's just 3 runs. It's just that lack of scoring intent.
Kamara, full at leg stump, and well taken by Mendez, diving down the leg side. McDermott tried to ramp him. It was a premeditated shot. He played and missed. The ball disappeared down the leg side, and the umpire says, you changed your stance, that's no wide.
Oh, that's a strange call. So,
I'm not sure he didn't become a left-hander.
No, he didn't become a left-hander, so that should be a wide, because that's a wide normally. Down leg side. It's probably missed leg stump by a couple of stumps. So it should be a wide.
I'm with you. 6 without loss, 1 to come in the second over. Kamara again, short. McDermott ducks underneath it. Umpire at square leg walks in and says that's over. So just 3 of Kamara's first over, and the Aussies were looking for a couple of wide calls they didn't get at the end of that over. Finch is 4, McDermott's 2. The Aussies winning the toss and batting first. No wicket for 6.
That was some weird umpiring we just saw there. I even thought that last ball was a bouncer that went way over the top of his head. It's almost as though the keeper was expecting it to be called wide and wasn't, so they ran through quick, sheepishly.
Tikshana's back. He's going to bowl 2 up front. We saw him bowl 3 straight the other night from the southern end to Finch on leg stump. He turns it away through mid-wicket, and Jay Wickrama comes around from square leg to do the fielding. Finch with another single. He moves to 5. The Aussies no wicket for 7.
It's interesting with Tikshana opening the bowling. You wonder whether he would have more value in the middle over.
McDermott tries to swat it away. He plays and misses. You heard the thud as the ball bounces into the pads of Mendes, the keeper, up to the stumps. And so he's faced 2 balls, McDermott, from Tikshana, and living dangerously, dropped once, and I don't know how that missed off stump.
Just spun by. That is the barest of margins.
McDermott awaits another ball. He digs out a Yorker on off stump. He looks troubled against a right arm mystery spinner.
Isn't everyone?
He's bowled so well.
But you wonder whether someone like this, with the ability to spread a field, would be of more value in the middle when you're expecting batsmen to accelerate.
McDermott just pushes the ball to cover. There's no run.
Unfortunately, you can't bowl him everywhere. It's he's being economical at the moment, but I'd like someone who's able to do this, maybe to eke out a few wickets as well. He's been so good across the games.
No wicket for 7 in the third over. Slow start for the Aussies. Tikshana on his way in again to McDermott, who punches off the back foot to Shanaka, the captain, at cover. And he fires the throw in at the stumps into the gloves of Mendes. Another dot ball. 4 dots in a row. And McDermott's 2 off 9.
I guess the one thing you wouldn't get in the middle is that massive sort of in-swing that he gets with the new ball.
Last ball of the over. McDermott awaits it and then has to defend. A good ball on middle and off. Back to the bowler. There's no run. And Mahesh Tikshana has now bowled 2 overs for 4. That's very tidy stuff. 5 dot balls in a row. Finch is 5, McDermott 2. The Australians no wicket for 7 after 3.
And one benefit that you have in the way he's bowling now, he is racing through the overs. So as a batsman, by the time you actually realise what's going on, you're 3 or 4 balls into the over and the opportunity to strike's almost gone. You're still fumbling away trying to find out which way this ball's turning and just racing through.
Here's Chimera is going to have a roll from the members' end. The right arm quick. Let's catch up with the Goss today with James Faulkner and the PSL.
Did I ever?
Still in the power play, still a slip in. And Finch whacking away. First ball from Chimera, outside off. He's looking to cut, doesn't quite get it. Bounces away to point and they get through for 1. So Finch to 6. No wicket for 8. So if you haven't heard, James Faulkner has quit the PSL. He was playing for the Gladiators, alleging that his contract wasn't honoured. A claim in which the PCB vehemently denies. He's also been banned from all future editions of the tournament as a result. The PCB claimed that Faulkner wanted duplicate payments to a second account and also said that he damaged hotel property and acted abusively at the airport. McDermott on strike. Opens the face of the bat, runs it backward a point for a single. No boundaries as yet. The Aussies no wicket for 9 in the 4th over. He was paid 70% of his contract to a British account in December. He was looking to get his payments changed to an Australian account. The remaining 30% would be paid within 40 days of the tournament ending as per the contract. So James Faulkner is headed home and has walked out on his team before the end of the Pakistan Super League.
There's a whole lot to unpack here. How long we got, Corby?
At least the pace bowler's on. No wicket for 9. Chamira in, outside, off, and Finch. His feet planted on leg stump, playing and missing, looking to cut away on the offside. So a dot ball, no wicket for 9.
Can I just start this by saying the PSL is one of the best tournaments in the world in terms of payments. They have a great reputation. There is not a single player who has gone without receiving their full dues across the entire 7 years of the tournament. So, I don't think you can lump it in the same bracket as some of the other satellite tournaments that have popped up around the world.
Chamira to Finch, takes the long handle to it, hits it high up in the air, it's over the infield, won't be 4, and Jai Wickrama runs back from mid-off to retrieve it. 2 metres inside the boundary, not quite out the middle, no wicket for 11, Finch to 8.
While sometimes in these tournaments you take what the tournament says with a grain of salt in terms of payments, I actually think they're probably right. I've been trying to fumble through and try and find whether that's the chandelier that his cricket bat and helmet are in that I think it is.
Chamira to Finch, he walks at the pace bowler, hits it high in the air, mid-on, getting back, Kamara takes a superb catch over his shoulder, and Aaron Finch is gone, he's out for 8. The Aussies are 1 down, they fall to 1 for 11, and Finch trying to up the tempo and get the game moving. It costs him his wicket. He's out for 8 off 12 balls.
Aaron Finch running down the pitch and trying to target straight, which is exactly where you need to do on the MCG. Just didn't quite get all of it. He got a bit more of the previous delivery and trying to repeat the dose, catching it high on the bat, and that was a wonderful catch. Running back with the flight of the ball, the hardest catches to take. It's not going to stop the talk about his position, though, is it?
No, 8 off 12. So how are my numbers going? That's 12 of his last 17 games playing for Australia in this format. Strike rate below 100. And Chamira gets the wicket in his first over. He was knocking them around, Finch, and when he tried to up the tempo and really get it moving as you need to do in the power play with the field up, brings about his downfall. He's out for 8. Josh Inglis in at first drop. He's the leading run scorer for Australia in the tournament so far, with 132 runs at a strike rate of 150 in the series.
And he's batted so well, hasn't failed. A couple of 20s, a couple of 40s. Batted really well, I thought, with Maxwell in the previous game. Actually thought he was pretty unlucky not to get the man of the match in the last game.
The batter swapped. McDermott's on strike. Chamira's on his way in. Outside off, and McDermott trying to punch down the ground, plays and misses. Into the gloves of the keeper in Mendez. It's the end of the over. So the Aussies win the toss and bat first, but after 4, they're 1 for 11. Slow start. McDermott 3. Inglis has just arrived.
So looking at the helmet in the chandelier, back onto the Faulkner thing. That's a long way up. How are you getting a helmet out of the chandelier?
I have no.
I don't. You've got to get a scissor lift in there.
I don't think that helped his version of events, that he didn't include the fact that there was sort of some unsavoury incidents, including the trashing of a hotel room, which Pakistan documented. That you're sort of starting to think, sort of, where's the truth here between the two versions of events?
It reads of an evening out of hand that turned pear-shaped.
The other thing with James Faulkner is that last time we really heard from him in Australia, he was unhappy with the way that he'd been treated by the Hobart Hurricanes, feeling that he'd been low-balled, and said he was disrespected by the former coach Adam Griffith when he wasn't offered the financial contract he thought he deserved in the Big Bash. Talk a lot about market forces in cricket. He also put a reserve on his head of $186,000 in the IPL. Not only was unsold, didn't get his name read out at the auction. Here's Jai Wickrama on for his first bowl in international cricket, and Inglis cuts him away to point first ball, so a dot ball to start. The left-arm finger spinner. Still 2 overs of the power play. Around the wicket, Inglis is cutting. Picks out Shanaka at cover. There's no run.
What a start this is for Sri Lanka.
They've played their best cricket when they've bowled first. The first 2 games they were pretty competitive and then got blown away the last 2. Trying to set a target. Inglis is cutting again. Jai Wickrama straight to Nasanka, who does the fielding at point, and there's no run.
Bowling really slowly through the air on a slow pitch and asking Inglis to force the pace through the offside, and it's 4 there between sort of, it's a wide-ish third man or a backward point.
Inglis stands tall, turns it off his hit through mid-wicket for 1, so he's off the mark. Australia 1 for 12 in the 5th over.
I just don't think that James Faulkner is really reading the room when it comes to the worth. Like in T20 cricket, it's a...
McDermott tries to hit out high in the air, out to point, 2 underneath it. Nasanka takes the catch, almost collides with his teammate, but he hangs onto it. And McDermott's got to go. Both openers are out. Australia are 2 for 12 in the 5th over. And Jai Wickrama picks up the wicket. His second T20 international, his first of the series, and he's involved immediately.
This was almost a calamity. There are 4 fielders within 20 metres of this ball where it lands, and no one has screamed out and yelled out whose catch it was. So really lucky that somebody held on to it in the end, because a collision tends to lend itself to a ball bobbling out. But wow, Sri Lanka having a fantastic start. Haven't bowled a poor ball. And Glenn Maxwell coming out at 4, and once again, as it was the other night, in a spot of bother, the Australian innings. This pitch behaving really a lot slower than the other night. These spinners are really stopping and propping in the pitch.
2 for 12. Inglis on 1. Maxwell yet to score. The 3 changes for Sri Lanka. They've got 2 guys on debut, and Jai Wickrama in his second game. He's now got his first wicket in the format. The previous match he played, he only bowled 7 balls, no wicket for 12. Last ball of the 5th. Whipped away by Inglis through mid-wicket for 1. So Inglis on 1, Maxwell yet to get off the mark. These 2 batted superbly together the other night, and they've got a job to do here. Australia winning the toss and batting first. They're 2 for 13 after 5. Dirk Nannes is hanging around, and Matt Clinch is on his way in.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
There's no rhyme or reason.
Thank you, Corby. Evening, Dirk. Evening, everyone. Cool start, end of the afternoon, early evening here in Melbourne. Good to see a great Sri Lankan attendance in at the Ponsford stand, so they'd be enjoying what they've been seeing so far with the home side 2 for 13, and Finch and McDermott are both out. How are you, Dirk?
Fantastic. And Clinchy, good to be with you. Good to see a really lively start to this game for Sri Lanka. Hopefully we're in for a really close contest tonight.
A slip outside the 30-yard circle as Kumara comes in. Bowls a full delivery to Inglis. He's looking to push it into the offside. No quick single on offer. 2 for 13 at the start of the 6th over.
It's amazing to think a bowling attack like this hasn't been competitive in the series.
I put to you, though, that the bowling hasn't been the issue.
No,
they've bowled
absolutely
well throughout the series. They've had their moments. It's been their batting. 8 for 122 in the first T20, 8 for 164 in the second, which went to a tie, 6 for 121 in the third in Canberra, and 8 for 139 here on Friday night.
They're not massive scores.
No. Inglis on 2, awaiting Kumara back of the length. He's going to rock back and lift it over the slips. No contact as Mendes takes it behind the stumps. There was a bit of confusion on the team sheet. Mendes wasn't recognised as the designated keeper. Chandimal, of course, being left out of this side. One of 3 changes in which Sri Lanka has made, with Van der Sey and Gunatilaka also missing out. Australia with the same 11.
Good pace, 145k an hour. We saw this the other night, that when you really challenge the batsman with a short ball on this pitch, it really does bounce nicely.
Kamara comes in, back of a length. Inglis is able to chop it off his hip and just work it forward of square leg for a single. Inglis to 3, Australia 2 for 14 in the 6th over. You feel like sort of a score around 150, 160 would have been what Australia would have thought at the start of the night. A couple of early wickets here for Sri Lanka. They'll feel like if they can put Australia on the back foot, which they haven't been able to do too often, put a bit of pressure on the middle order, Matthew Wade and Marcus Stoinis.
It's going to take only 10 and over to get up to 160, 170 from here.
The new batter, Glenn Maxwell, on strike, awaiting Kamara. It's a full delivery, he drives back down the pitch. And a dot ball, 2 for 14 in the 6th over. We're touching on, you've been impressed with Josh Inglis in his maiden international series. Scored 40 in the 4th T20. Going a strike rate at 150, so 132 runs so far for the series. And of course the added benefit that he can take the gloves if required.
And he's toured around a bit with this squad now. It's good to see him get an opportunity, and really, well, a prolonged opportunity. A few of the more fancied names out at the moment.
Kamara comes in, Maxwell hits hard down the ground and mid-off. It breaks through the hands and they'll get a couple here. As lunging down low to his left was Lahiro, and in fact he's going to get 4. So some poor fielding there in the end. Jashmana Chamira was the one who tried to gather it down low to his left. It burst through his hands, and then on a quick outfield here at the MCG, the chase was on, and to be honest, they never really looked like they were going to run it down, even though it did slow up just before the rope.
Not really a booming drive. It was almost a smear. It almost hit it like a power fade that swinged away from the fielder, but he should have taken that in. Poor piece of fielding.
So Glenn Maxwell brings up the first boundary of the Australian innings. 2 for 18 with 1 ball to come in the 6th over. Maxwell now on 4. As Kamara comes in, Maxwell steps across to the onside, makes space, lifts this down to third man. 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Maxi's making the most of his opportunities early in the innings. Back-to-back boundaries. His 8, Australia 2 for 22 after 6 overs.
There's not many that can play this shot. It opens out as though he's standing almost on a 45-degree angle to the bowler. So when you see someone opening up like that as a bowler, it kind of forces you to make a decision. And bowler on that occasion tries to dig it in short, and Maxwell flayed it over backward point for 4. Great shot in the end. Because all the fielders are up on the offside, it's almost it's not a free hit, but there's very little risk if you play aerial out that way with such high bat speed. The only way you're really going out is a faint nick through to the wicketkeeper.
So Jaya Wickrama is going to continue from the southern end here. So the left arm orthodox into the side for Van der Sey, the leg spinner, who's out, to provide the spinning options alongside Thik Sharma tonight for Sri Lanka. Australia 2 for 22. As Inglis awaits, rocks back, he's able to hit it hard down the ground. Down to long on for a single. Australia 2 for 23 at the start of the 7th over. Inglis on 4, Maxwell on 8. Matt Clinch and Dirk Nannis with you on Grandstand Cricket. So protection with a deep cover. Of course, the end of the power play, so backward square leg. There's a deep mid-wicket, and long on and long off are both out. There's a catching extra cover and a backward point as Maxwell awaits this next delivery from Jaya Wickrama. He's able to drive it once more down to long on. This time wants to come back for 2. Good running from Josh Inglis, who set the pace early, and a comfortable 2 for the Australians. Maxwell to 10, 2 for 25 in the 7th over.
Loves a cap against the spinners.
It does.
Yeah, if you're facing 1 over against a spinner, it takes a fair bit of front to be able to say, bring the cap out to your 12th man.
I'm guessing you never really wore the cap throughout your playing career.
I was worried about a top edge into the sky.
Jaya Wickrama comes in once more. Maxwell's just going to play the same shot down to long on, quickly through for the first. That's all he'll get, as this time off the rope. There was a little bit of quicker movement in the end as Karuna Ratner realised what was taking place, came charging in from the rope. Maxwell to 11, 2 for 26 in the 7th over.
Takes a certain type, doesn't it?
I would have thought so. Here's Josh Inglis, who hits in the air just over the head of extra cover, and he'll find the boundary. Australia now starting to get a move on. 2 for 30 in the 7th over with Inglis now on 8.
First time he's really been able to get any power on the offside. He's tried to force balls that are a fraction shorter than this and failed. And this time the ball caught it on the half volley and hit it over that cover fieldsman.
So Jaya Wickrama has to try and find his range here. A better delivery, and it's an inside edge from Inglis that just misses the leg stump. They'll be able to pick up 2 as it runs fine. And racing around to do the fielding was Chimera. So 2 for 32 in the 7th over.
It's almost the same as the other night in that as soon as these two were at the crease, you suddenly felt the pressure just go off Australia.
So an expensive over as Inglis is looking to hit over the infield, over the top of extra cover. Couple of bounces and it rolls to the rope. So a pretty good over for the Australians. 2 for 36. So 14 coming off that over after the early wickets of Aaron Finch out for 8 and Ben McDermott out for 3. Australia starting to get a bit of a move on at 2 for 36 after 7 overs. As always, if you want to get in touch with us, you can get in touch with any of the commentary team through the SMS 0467 920 222. That's 0467 920 222 about your thoughts about the state of the game or the team. Of course, this is the last international match of the summer at home for both the men's and the women's. The women's side's already in New Zealand in preparation for the upcoming World Cup, a good time in which Kristen Beams joins you on Grandstand Cricket. Welcome, Beamsy.
Hey, Clinchy, good to be with you. And this game is in a really interesting place for Sri Lanka. A game we see them do really well in the power play, taking pace off the ball and being very accurate. All of a sudden, Glenn Maxwell steps up at the crease and things start to turn in Australia's favour. And I think it's just been the intent of these two batters that's really started to shift it. And too many times we've seen Sri Lanka just let go of the momentum, and it feels like for that reason that this next sort of 2 overs, 1 to 2 overs, is a really important one for them to make sure that they can just pin Australia down a little bit. Otherwise, I think they're going to run away, these two batters, and it's going to be a whole lot easier.
A change from the members' end. Karuna Ratner's into the attack. Right arm over the wicket. Bowls to Maxwell, who just picks the gap in the covers. Drives in front of extra cover. Is able to get through for a single. So Maxwell to 12. Australia 2 for 37 in the 8th over. So Glenn Maxwell with 48 unbeaten from 38 deliveries in the 4th T20. 39 in the 2nd. 15 and 7 so far. So he's always a dangerous player, whether he's in early in the innings or in the middle overs where he's able to really attack. Karuna Ratner comes in to Inglis, who's back and pulling, hitting along the ground, backward of square leg just for a single. Inglis to 14, 2 for 38.
And I think he's a player that's really matured, and I think we've seen that change throughout the BBL when he took on the captaincy of the Melbourne Stars. And he was always that really explosive player, but there nearly always felt like there was that crazy out, or there was sort of just lost his way at times. And what we've now seen him be able to do is to create that sort of really good intent early on, but also finish a lot of games for Australia as well.
Australia 2 for 38 as Karuna Ratner comes in, bowls to Maxwell, who looks looking to just push it into the covers. It's fielded just a backward point, a dot ball. We're chatting to Daniel Sams before the day's play about the different experience in some of the members of this Australian side and the enthusiasm of Daniel Sams, Josh Inglis, and the more experienced Glenn Maxwell, who would have played a lot of international cricket. This is another day on the calendar, be it at home for him.
Yeah, it's a different mix for all these players, and I think you need the diversity of that experience in each team.
Karuna Ratner comes in, bowls to Maxwell. He's able to not quite time it, but drive it down to mid-on. Gets through for a single. Maxwell to 13. Australia 2 for 39 in the 8th over.
They always talk about every time there's a new player that comes into the team, it's a new team. And I think what we've seen in this Australian teams with players like Josh Inglis have come in with that sort of energy. And for someone like Glenn Maxwell, they wouldn't have played a lot of cricket together. So now that it sort of invigorates the partnership, and they're getting up and down the wicket and probably really enjoying that moment, even though the experience level is very different.
They almost had a run out at one stage in one of the earlier matches as Inglis is looking to play the ramp, and then as it sort of tailed away down the leg side, almost turned to sort of flick it around the corner. Didn't make any contact at the end. A good delivery from Karunaratne.
And that's just the experience there. Glenn Maxwell just wanders down and has a chat to him, and he's had that experience. He's probably been a player like Inglis, like trying to use every shot that you've got. Instead, just wandering down and saying, look, hey, you probably can stand still here a little bit. You're actually in really nice touch. Maybe target straight down the ground a little bit more. And that's, again, the evolution of Glenn Maxwell.
Karunaratne at the top of his mark, comes in, a fuller delivery. It's hit through the covers by Inglis just for a single. He moves to 16. Australia 2 for 40 after 8 overs. Matt Clinch and Kristen Beams with you on Grandstand Cricket after Australia won the toss. Decided to bat this time as opposed to bowling on Friday night. The same 11 for the Australians that featured in that match. They lead the series 4-0, and 3 changes for Sri Lanka. Lanagi, Mashara and Jaya Wickrama coming in for Vandasay, Chandimal and Gunatilaka. And just the enthusiasm of Daniel Sams, the opportunity to play for Australia. Hadn't played all that many games, and hoping to play a little bit more potentially in the World Cup. Part of the reserve travelling squad for the World Cup recently in the UAE. Didn't obviously get in as part of the squad, but it's one of those players who can open the bowling, can bat in the middle order, and such a good fielder as well. Thikshana is going to pick up things from the Great Southern stand end. Comes in and bowls to Josh Inglis, who just works it through mid-wicket for a single to start the 9th over. 2 for 41 with Australia, with Inglis now on 17.
I think you look at someone like Sams and think that's the prototype for the future. He's tall, bowls quick, whacks it, and he's really good in the field. And you think players like that are going to go a long way, and that's why he got picked up in the IPL auction. I think
Shana's opening over, only went for 2. Maxwell opens up the blade, just beats the fielder at backward point. Wanted to come back for 2. That wasn't really on offer as it's gathered inside the circle. So Australia 2 for 42 in the 9th over. Maxwell's 14 from 9 deliveries. Inglis 17 from 16. 3 inside the circle on the offside as Inglis rocks back, hits it down the ground, through the air momentarily, down along on for a single. He moves to 18. Australia 2 for 43.
And the feature has been his length here. He's sort of into the wicket, which means he's just bowling that sort of nearly back of a length. So these two players, we know targeting straight at the MCG is the better option with the shorter boundary, but he's just hitting a great length.
Maxwell awaiting this next delivery, thought about going the big shot, instead just hits along the ground through the vacant mid-wicket region, picks up a single. Maxwell to 15, 2 for 44.
That actually looked like a leg break, that one. I'd like to see a replay of that. It just looked like it came out of a different position. It looked like more of a wrist spinner than out of the front of the hand.
Let's see if we can pick this next one from Theek Sharma at the back of the hand, and Inglis is able to pull it down to backward square leg just for a single. 2 for 45, Inglis to 19.
It's so hard to read. He's actually got some that he nearly flicks out the front. He can then bowl the off break, but then that also looked like he was just rolling the wrists on it a little bit, and that's such great skill to be able to hit a really nice length. And the batter has no idea really what's coming out of his hand.
His partnership now 33 as Maxwell looks to hit down the ground. This is a big shot into the matting behind the sight screen for 6. When we saw that with Sri Lanka, the easiest boundary is straight down the ground, and Glenn Maxwell was waiting for the right delivery from Thikshana. He got it. Maxwell to 21, Australia 2 for 51 after 9 overs.
Well, I put the Moz on him there. I talked about how good his length was. He's gone into the wicket, and for that ball, he's actually just floated it up. It becomes a nice, easy swing for Glenn Maxwell, and it makes no difference to Glenn Maxwell with both of those fielders on the boundary. He knows that if he connects really nicely, because it's a shorter boundary, he's always going to get it over the rope, and that's a great, great shot. And batters talk about all the time trying to hit the sight screen, and it nearly did hit the sight screen there. That's really good batting, and making the bowler pay when they when they err on their length is exactly what you need to do in T20 cricket.
So Chamira is back into the attack from the members' end. So bowled the 4th over of the match, went for just the 4 runs. So Jamira charging in. Bowls to Inglis, who steps across to the leg side, hits over the infield, over mid-off, a couple of bounces and across the rope for 4. So Josh Inglis deciding he didn't need a sider. He moves to 23. Australia 2 for 55 at the start of the 10th over.
Gee, that's good batting. He's just manoeuvred himself, given himself a little bit of space to that leg side and come forward down the wicket to make sure that he can access that with mid-off up inside of the ring. It becomes a really low-risk option. If you can get yourself into a good position, he knows he can put his hands through the ball and go aerial and put the pressure all the way on the bowler.
So long on is back, mid-off is up as Jamira comes in. Short ball off the edge, should be caught. Mendes comes racing in. In fact, he's going to leave the catch, which was taken by Jamira. Now, what did that come off if it wasn't the bat?
I think that might have come off the helmet. Yeah, and
short
I think
ball.
The doctor's running out, which it says, I think that.
Sri Lanka thought there was certainly some bat in that. They have decided to review it.
I was going to say, you nearly want to review that. So many times the ball can come off the glove or the edge of the bat onto the helmet. So I think it's worth a review.
Third umpire director, we have a player review for caught behind. Original decision not out. I've checked the front foot and it is a fair delivery.
So we're going to hear the voice of Sean Craig here, who's going to talk us through the review. So was there any bat or did it just come straight off the helmet?
Thank you. Roll it through. Roll it through. Roll it through. We certainly have contact with the helmet and the ball is close to the glove and bat there. Can we go to hot spot, potentially offside or hot spot? See if there's any glove involved, please.
So it's hit right to the left of the Australian logo on the helmet. Doesn't look like there's any glove or bat.
That's a perfect bouncer. When Quicks talk about bowling bouncer, you talk about hitting the badge. And that was just about perfect.
And can you roll it all the way through? Does the bat turn over? Can we get hot spot on the other side potentially? Roll it through as far as you've got. Obviously out of shot there. Can we go to Snicko, please, when available?
So there's no hot spot showing up, although the camera angle isn't all that great.
Yeah, and we just freeze that.
And there is a little snick. Just a little spike.
To the glove there. Do we have... I can't see the front on angle in shot. Do you have the front on angle in shot, even though there's a spike side on? Got anything down the wicket for me? Can you understand what I'm saying?
That's a hard one, isn't it, Beamsy? Because it could almost be the handle.
I'm satisfied with everything I need.
It's a tough one to call.
There's no hot spot. There is a Snicko.
Sam, going to go back on field to you. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're going to get you to change your original decision from not out to out. You're on signal now.
So a tough one for Josh Inglis. In the end, it was only the Snicko that proved the difference, and he seemed relatively relaxed initially. Had the towel over his shoulders as the trainer came out, and then couldn't believe, as the crowd saw it on the big screen, a little spike on the Snicko, and he's out for 23 from 20 deliveries. So Australia 3 for 55 in the 10th over.
Yeah, very shocked by that. It's tough when you don't have the hot spot with the Snicko. I think as a batter, you'd probably look at that and say, well, is that really conclusive? But we've seen time and time again that even without the hot spot, if there's anything on that Snicko, they'll tend to give that out. But as a batter, he would feel like he's not made contact there on the glove, and hence why he's pretty frustrated about it. But that's a big blow for Sri Lanka in this scenario. It looked like the partnership was really starting to expand and going to be a very good one for Australia, and it brings, well, two batters who've spent a lot of time playing cricket together in Maxwell and Stoinis, and a good amount of time for a batter like Marcus Stoinis to spend time at the wicket here.
So Sri Lanka get the breakthrough, and Australia, having won the toss, deciding to bat first. A 3 for 55. Corby letting us know that TV replays was showing Inglis nicked a ball off the same bowler. Karunaratne trying to play a ramp in the 8th over, and neither the bowler or the keeper appealed. So Snicko worked against him on that occasion, even though it was the faintest of snicks onto the helmet, and then The bowler was able to take the catch. Brings Marcus Stoinis to the middle. Hasn't been required all that much in the series. 8, 12, 19 and 30 so far in this T20 series against Sri Lanka.
You always wonder whether that's the cricket gods a little bit. You know, no one appeals for that one. It goes down the leg side. You get away with one, and you know, and then you get one that you think, well, the luck isn't really on my side, but it tends to even itself out sometimes.
Chimera 2 for 8 in his second over here. Marcus Stoinis, the new batter, on strike. Chimera comes in. Stoinis rocks back and just chops it onto the onside, takes off with a single with no one inside the circle. The 30-yard circle, so a comfortable single and offer there. Stoinis off the mark. Australia 3 for 56.
It's always a bit of a gamble there when you leave mid-wicket open. He's sort of got the catcher behind the wicket there, which is that unique kind of gully line on the ring for Marcus Stoinis. But it becomes a little easy shot to get off the mark. And I just think for Sri Lanka, they need to try and find ways to shift the momentum, and whether it would have been worthwhile taking a little bit more of a gamble and having a mid-wicket in play as well might have been more successful.
Chimera charging past the stumps once more, and a good ball that beats Maxwell. Just swung in a little bit as Maxie has a second look at that.
Yeah, you go down and pat the wicket. He's not
Same
really
pitch
sure.
in which we used on Friday night. Didn't see too much of that on Friday night. Just slightly swung in and somehow got between the gap between bat and body.
Well, and Aaron Finch thought that this wicket would play better than what it played the other night. He talked about the potential of some moisture under the wicket, but it hasn't played too differently so far.
5 off the over and a wicket as Chimera slow ball down the leg side. Didn't quite release that one as he intended. Not quite Mitch Starc territory in Canberra, but just not quite coming out of the hand as he intended. 3 for 57 in the 10th over.
Yeah, well, they haven't been as successful with the slower balls, Sri Lanka, over the journey. And on Friday night, we saw the quicks missing on the slow ball again, and then saying, well, you know what, let's just come in and bash the wicket and bowl some short stuff, and had a bit more success with that. But they'd be looking at their preparation into the lead up to the T20 World Cup and thinking, we need to nail some of these variations.
Floodlights on here at the MCG. The artificial light's still doing the job for the moment. Chimera into Maxwell. He's trying to just open up the blade and run it down to third. It's fielded a backward point. Maxwell on 21. Stoinis on 1. Australia 3 for 57 after Aaron Finch was out for 8. Ben McDermott for 3. And Josh Inglis, courtesy of the DRS, for 23. And Sri Lanka have had their challenges with the bat. Apart from Nasanka, they haven't had too many who have been able to contribute on a regular basis. Nasanka with 171 runs across the series so far. As Chimera comes in, just slightly angling down the leg side, and Maxwell's able to work it backward of square leg for a single to close out the over. Australia 3 for 57 with Maxwell on 22 and Marcus Stoinis on 1. Kristen Beams is with you on Grandstand Cricket. In a moment, Corbin Middlemass to join her.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
I'm thinking of you and the things you do to me.
Thanks, Clinchy. 3 for 57, Maxwell 21, Stoinis 1. The Aussies came in a batter light in terms of their structure. I guess the same team, but just in a different order, given they've got 6 batters, and then Agar has gone from up the top to bat in the middle order. He may be required, Kristen Beams, the way things are going.
Hey, Corby, he might be. It's a big change, isn't it? You go from opening the batting in one game to being listed at 8. You couldn't find more different positions within the team in terms of the style of play. And we'll see if he's required tonight.
Jamaica Karunaratne is back as he's bowling on middle stump, and Maxwell just turns it away to mid-wicket. There's protection back on the boundary. Maxwell moves to 22. It's been an eventful innings so far. Australia winning the toss and deciding to have a hit. Ben McDermott was dropped on ball 1 and then really could have been bowled ball 2. It's just half an inch off stump. Tikshana was sensational up front. 2 overs, no wicket for 4. Then Finch and McDermott out. Finch 8 off 12, McDermott 3 off 13. Inglis and Maxwell trying to repair that with a handy 3rd wicket partnership before Inglis out in the previous over. Caught and bowled Karunaratne outside the off stump, and Stoinis inside edge onto the body and then drops in front of his sneakers. He picks it up and throws it back to the bowler. 3 for 59.
Yeah, McDermott hasn't looked overly comfortable in this series, and I think that would be something he would be looking at. We saw him so much. He was free-flowing through the BBL. And Sri Lanka are a different team. I think that they've got a whole lot of variations with their spinners. And I think that both Finch and McDermott would want to go back and have a look at how their intent against the spinners and maybe coming up with some better options, because you'd think that other teams are going to look at that and say, well, spin is going to be a good option in the power play.
Stoinis awaits, Karunaratne in again, and the slower ball, and Stoinis just whips it away very wristily through mid-wicket. Beats the infield, and they'll get back for 2 in the deep pockets here at the Melbourne Cricket Ground, and Jaya Wickrama out in the deep fields. Stoinis to 3 for 61.
They continue to not nail the slower balls, Sri Lanka, and it becomes easy pickings. Now that's the easiest 2 you'll come across, just 2 leg side with those slower balls, and it's just missing on that execution. I think when they've used on pace, they've been far more accurate.
Karunaratne in again, bowling over the wicket to Stoinis, clubs it straight back down the ground, and that's over the rope for 6. The Hulk just muscles one back over the bowler's head. Stoinis, his first boundary goes over the rope. He's 9 not out. Australia are 3 for 67 in the 11th over.
Yeah, that's the definition of keeping it simple. You look up and Stoinis sees that mid-off is inside the ring. There's a long on in play, and he's probably thinking, you know what, if I get one that's outside the off stump and full enough, I know that I can throw my hands at that with plenty of freedom, and that's really good execution.
Karunaratne, what's he got as a follow-up? Slower ball, cross-batted swat from Stoinis, just wide of long on, and they'll get back for 2 as Kamil Mishra does the fielding. Good throw. The youngster on debut to the non-striker's end. He's going to open the batting later on. And had to hurry back Maxwell at the non-striker's end. 2 more for the Aussies. Stoinis to 11, 3 for 69.
That's really good fielding, but very poor from the bowler. He's actually stopped that ball in front of the stumps, and that's just one of those little 1%ers in T20 cricket. I think you want to be either behind the stumps or letting it go through to the fielder that's backing up. But to stop that ball, I mean, he's got no idea whether Max was in or out there.
Stoinis now 11 from 5. Bowler in again. Karunaratne just slips one under the bat of Stoinis, trying to pull it. Well taken by Mendes behind the stumps. 11 off the over. Best one from the Aussies so far. 3 for 69, Australia. After winning the toss and batting first, Maxwell 23, Stoinis 11. The Josh Inglis night. So talk about cricket. Sort of sometimes you get the rub of the green, sometimes you don't. So
yep.
Karunaratne was bowling to him in the 8th over. He tried to play the ramp, got something on it, no appeal, which I heard you speaking about with Clinchy moments ago. So Mendes took the catch, Karunaratne bowled the ball, and then Snicko showed that there was a spike as it went through to the keeper. So no one went up. He sort of shook his head straight away and realised, well, hang on, no one's appealing here. I'm going to be right. 2 overs later, gets badged. He doesn't think he's out. He's more than happy for Sri Lanka to send it to the DRS. When it comes back, there's a slight spike on the Snicko as the ball passes the glove before it hits his helmet. And as a result, he's got to go. The TV umpire has to follow the technology in those moments. When there's a spike, you're out.
Yeah, I think as a bowler, you're like, well, you know what? That's evens. And as a batter, you probably think to yourself, I'm pretty stiff. And, and I will always say that I think it's a batter's game, so I'm okay with it. I think as a bowler, it doesn't often go in your favour. And they've had the error of not appealing the one down the leg side, but they might have just got one back.
Jay Wickrama is back, the left-arm finger spinner in his second game. That's short on leg stump. Maxwell pulls to deep backward square and just get a single for that. He moves to 24, 3 for 70. Yeah, really, he got an extra over and a half than what he should have got if everything went to the technology.
Yeah, when you talk about the cricket gods, and it just evens it out sometimes, and you got to take the good with the bad.
Absolutely.
But I'm surprised no one even appealed. Like normally there'd be at least the keeper or someone random on the fence who at least appeals. But thinking about that delivery, I don't think anyone did.
Stoinis awaits. He's cutting the ball from Jay Wickrama on off stump out to the sweeper on the offside for 1. Some hesitation. They don't get back for the second. It's well fielded out in the deep. And that's Janeth Linagi on debut. He's going to bat in the middle order, the right-hander. He's one of 2 debutants here for Sri Lanka. And this man, Joe Rama, who's the bowler, left-arm finger spinner, in for his second T20 international. The 3 changes for Sri Lanka. As Maxwell chopping down on a ball on middle and off. Again out to Janeth for a single. Linagi didn't have the best start to the day, did he? His first involvement in the game, putting Ben McDermott down, fielding at short mid-wicket. He knew he was alive. All of a sudden, the ball came to him.
Yeah, you're always worried that from that point forward, the ball's going to follow you, that you're going to misfield every ball. There is nothing worse than the first ball being the worst ball.
Jairik Rama to Stoinis, back foot punch, glorious, through the covers and away for 4. Excellent shot, past the fielder at cover, and away it goes to the right for a boundary. There wasn't much Sri Lanka could do about that. 4 more for Stoinis. He's in a groove early.
Yeah, it's really nice batting from Marcus Stoinis, and that's what he can do. He hits the ball straighter, so having a player like him in the middle order, I think, is actually really advantageous to Australia. And it's nearly a back foot punch, and he's hit that ball straighter, so he knows he's not going to hit the cover sweeper.
He's 16 off 8. Stoinis plays this a little straighter off the back foot down to Shanaka, the captain, at long off for a single. He moves to 17. The Aussies 3 for 77 in the 12th.
And they're just got to get the angles right, Sri Lanka. So the cover fielder that's inside of the ring probably needs to be a little bit squarer when Maxwell's on strike and come a little bit straighter for Stoinis. And they're those little things, and we've seen push back onto the ring now for the last ball of the over. But they're the little things that can help you try and grab a dot ball when a team is starting to flow.
8 off the over already. Maxwell awaits. Controlled shot, just dabs it wide of Sri Lanka at extra cover for a single. End of the over, 9 from it, 3 for 78. Maxwell 26, Stoinis 17. 12 overs down, the Aussies winning the toss and batting first. The SMS throughout the night as well, 0467 920 222. SMS coming through. Should have gone with Agar after the openers missed out the short experiment. Jim says, is it time to drop Aaron Finch?
No, Jim, I don't think it's time for that just yet. I think that being a captain is a specialist skill. So I think that Aaron Finch is an all-rounder, and he's doing one of those skill sets really well, and that's captaincy.
Mark says, I think you'll find that Sri Lanka are just resting Chandimal. They have they have an Indian series starting in a few days. It starts on the 24th. 3 T20s and a couple of test matches thereafter. Janet and Gippsland. What about Ben McDermott? Not doing any better than Finch, but not a lot said about him. He's trying to bed down his spot at the top of the order as well. New over starting. Kamara to Maxwell, who's pulling backward a square. Down to Jairik Rama at fine leg for 1. McDermott's series had a half century in Sydney in the first game, then 25, a duck, 9, and 3 here. Leading run scorer in the Big Bash.
And I think he's in a different phase of his career. I think you want to allow a player like McDermott to get in the team and then try and have some consistent cricket before you decide whether, he's not the right guy for the job. So I think that's a little bit different when you're talking about other players that may have been in the side for a while.
Stoinis back on strike, who's in rhythm. Kamara to him now. Stoinis hits it in the air, out to mid-off. Great catch. Diving forward, and it's taken. And Stoinis has got to go. Gee, it was just millimetres off the ground. But the Aussies are going to find themselves 4 down.
Wow, that was a catch, diving forward. They're so hard to take. It's a miss-hit from Marcus Stoinis. Not sure whether it's going to go low and carry to you or whether you've got to dive forward, but that's a brilliant effort. And that is the breakthrough that Sri Lanka needed. It felt like Australia would be on top. Runs were starting to flow, and the feet just go nowhere there from Marcus Stoinis. And he nearly just bunts it. An incredible catch, diving forward.
That's Karunaratne, and he got there. It wasn't much of a celebration, but in the end, he was convinced he took it. The soft signal was out. Stoinis is happy enough to walk off. It did go to the replay, which supports him. So Karunaratne takes the catch. Kamara picks up the wicket. Stoinis out for 17 off 10 balls. The Aussies are 4 for 79 in the 13th.
And they've been able to just pick up wickets consistently at times when Australia really started to put the foot down. And that's been really impressive so far. Matthew Wade would be sort of happy to look up and think, well, I've actually got a little bit of time here. Sometimes when you're batting at 6 and below, you're only getting those sort of few balls, an over or two at best. But he would feel that in this situation of the game, batting with someone like Maxwell is in such good touch that he can just work his way into his innings and have an impact in the back 4 or 5 overs here.
You're right, hasn't had much opportunity throughout the series so far. 13 not out in Sydney in game 2. His high water mark, his only other hit, he made 4 in the first T20 International and wasn't required in the last 2 games with the bat. Of course, fresh in everyone's mind that magnificent innings that he played in the semi-final to get Australia home batting with Stoinis against New Zealand, semi-final of the World Cup last October. Kamara to him now, the lefty takes it off his thigh pad. Down towards fine leg for a single. They won't count off the bat though, it'll be a leg by, so Wade's still yet to get off the mark. Australia moved to 4 for 80 in the 13th over.
And it's important they're on the money here. That one just on the hip of Matthew Wade, the left-hander. And when you've got that left-hand, right-hand combination, you need to really make sure that you're nailing it to the new batter. I think to allow Matthew Wade to get into his innings, they can't afford to do that. And again, we speak about momentum with this Sri Lankan team, and they've really got to try and take 1 or 2 wickets here.
Kamara on his way in over the wicket. Slower ball to Maxwell. Turns it backward to the square leg umpire for a single. Wants to come back for the second. Tikshana throws to the keeper's hand and Maxwell's back. Boy, he's sharp between the wickets. Glenn Maxwell. He doubles up, moves to 29. The Aussies 4 for 82.
Even with a good throw, he was easily home there, and that's great running. And that's what you want to be able to do in this phase of the game. You want to find the boundary where you can, but making sure you're getting those 2s. And no one knows this ground better than Glenn Maxwell. There's so many pockets. We're seeing the fielders on the square boundary that are at least sort of 10 or 15 metres in off the rope as well. So it's a tough task to be a boundary rider here at the MCG.
I think I was interested sort of hearing from a lot of players that have fielded here over the years is the fact that the ball snakes in the outfield. As Kamara bowls to Maxwell, who backs away, uppercuts it down to third man, and he's caught. Maxwell goes. Jamira takes the catch, and Kamara picks up the big wicket. Glenn Maxwell departs, who was well set on 29. But the Aussies in the 13th over are on the ropes. They're 5 for 82.
Well, I spoke about the need to try and take quick wickets for Sri Lanka, and they've been able to do it. Glenn Maxwell's so disappointed in his efforts there. He could have really put that anywhere and has ended up just guiding it straight down to the fielder on the 3rd boundary. He's so disappointed with that. He's thrown away a golden opportunity with 29 off 21 balls. And that's a great breakthrough. And is it going to mean that Sri Lanka are able to really put the brakes on Australia here, and what can they do? And Daniel Sams comes to the crease and he's under a whole lot of pressure. He's not going to be able to play with the sort of freedom that we've seen him be able to do so in the Big Bash.
Maharu Kamara picking up both Maxwell and Stoinis in the same over. Look at that scorecard. Finch and McDermott up the top, never got going. A slow start for the Aussies. Finch out for 8 off 12, McDermott 3 off 13, and then Inglis given out on a DRS referral, which showed a spike on Snicko after he got badged, but the spike came after it passed the glove, so as a result he was out for 23 after being given not out originally. And Maxwell and Stoinis, who looked like they were going to repair things for the Aussies, both go in the 13th over. Maxwell for 29, Stoinis for 17. 2 fresh bats. Daniel Sams at the non-striker's end. Wade on strike, last ball of the over. He pulls Kamara backward a square. Nasanka out there in the deep, and they'll get back on the throw. It's a long boundary, a deep backward square for the left-hander. Wade with 2 there. I've gone a ball early. There's still 1 to come in the 13th. No, I haven't. I'm right, aren't I? The fielders are wrong. How's that? They didn't realise it was the end of the over. I was all over it, and they made me doubt myself. 13 overs down, the Aussies 5 for 84 with Wade on 2, and Daniel Sams yet to get off the mark, yet to face a ball.
Well, you look at up at the scoreboard and it shows that 10 and over gets them to around the 154 mark, and you think they need every inch of that. I think that 150 plus would be considered to be par, and it's going to be a big challenge for them to get there. And
what number did you say, sorry?
154, I think, was 10 and over. I think it was 147 was 9 and over. So that's a big challenge from here, especially when you've got two new batters. And what Australia have done consistently here is had players get starts and not push it forward. And in T20 cricket, you really need that one player to really get through a couple of the big partnerships, because it means that they can take the pressure off the new batter and allow them to work their way in. But these two guys are going to have to go right from word go.
And Sam's just going to have to start against spin. Jaywick Rama back for his last, and Sam's an inside edge onto the bat. Out on the offside it rolls. There's no run.
And all of a sudden the fielders are buzzing around. There's a lot more movement. And as they should be, they're on top here at the moment, Sri Lanka.
Jaywick Rama again, well flighted. Sam's down the track, hits it in the air. Man back, Karunaratne lands just short. Gets there on the hop, the throw into the keeper's end. Gee, Sam's off the mark dangerously. The Aussies now 5 for 85 in the 14th over.
That's a brave shot. He was looking to target straight, trying to go straight at the sight screen, but with both the long on and long off in play, that could have really gone straight down the throat of the long off there. He's lucky to get away with one.
And now the left-arm finger spinner to the left-hand bat. There's not too many of them in the Australian lineup. Matthew Wade, the first one we've seen in at 6. And then Agar still to come. Jaywick Rama on leg stump, and Wade tucks it away off his hip. Wants to, calls it through. Janeth's throw comes in, and Wade's back for the second. Well run out through square leg.
Good running that, and again, they're on the hip of Matthew Wade. Becomes very easy there. The protection's on the leg side, so you could argue that he's bowling to his field, but you think, well, you know what, they're on top at the moment. I'd like to see them challenge it a little bit more at the middle and off stump.
Jaywick Rama continuing around. Wade tries to usher it down to long on. He can't beat the bowler. Nice work. Diving out to his left to field on his follow-through.
Good correction. That delivery's around that middle and off, and you're going to ask a lot of questions of Matthew Wade in and around there.
Praveen Jaywick Rama on his way in again. Quicker ball, reverse sweep from Wade. It's hit that quite straight as well. It goes through, what's that, regulation extra cover. And the Nasanka keeps him to 1, tearing in off the boundary. And a single for Wade. He moves to 5. 5 for 88, the Aussies.
Yeah, really got the toe end of that. Might even been the cue stick there on the end. But that's what pressure builds, and all of a sudden when you are in and around that off stump, Matthew Wade's looking at his best option and sweeping, and the reverse sweep is one of those options for him.
Last ball of his set, Jaywick Rama to Sams, who's back in the crease and pushes it back down the pitch. The bowler fields, there's no run. And Jaywick Rama in just his second T20 international finishes with 4 overs, 1 for 29. 14 overs down, the Aussies winning the toss and batting first, a 5 for 88. Corbin Middlemass and Dirk Nannes now on grandstand cricket. More from Kristen Beams throughout the night. Finch missing out with 8, McDermott with 3. Starts through the middle. Inglis out for 23, Maxwell for 29, Stoinis for 17. Laharu Kamara has 2 for 17. Chamira 2 overs, 2 for 11, and Jaywick Rama 1 for 29. The wicket takers.
Oh, what a platform for Sri Lanka so far. It's been a great 14 overs. Can they just hold it together and really strangle this Australian mid to lower order and give their batsmen something that's achievable?
Wade on strike. Karunaratne to continue from the southern end, short of a length, and Wade's pulling down to long on and a single taken. That's Nasanka down there in the blue shoes. A single taken.
Some funny dismissals that we've seen tonight. Stoinis' shot that was sort of a nothing shot almost. He played one of the most bizarre flat-footed, feet nowhere cover drives in the previous over. off one of the spinners. It was just an extraordinary shot. And again, his dismissal, his feet were absolutely nowhere.
Sam's on strike. Karunaratne to him now, and Sam's again just turns it through mid-wicket. They want to get back for a second. Wade calls him through. And he beats Kamara's throw in. So 2 for Sam's. He moves to 3. 5 for 91. Just spooned it, didn't he? To mid-off, who took a nice diving catch.
Almost a brain fade. Just wanted to scoop it over the top of mid-off, and because mid-off was up, that was the area that he wanted to target, but the ball wasn't really there to hit. And Glenn Maxwell, well, that was just execution. He normally hits those cut shots for 6 over backward point, and he just miscued it.
Karunaratne short to Sams, who just dabs it with the uppercut down to Chamira at third man for a single. Haven't seen many boundaries. He's mentioned a few bizarre dismissals. Is it sort of poor batting, or is the pitch responsible? What do you sort of weigh that up?
I think the bowling's been fantastic.
Yep.
I don't think Australia's start was pretty poor again, and it was almost there.
Wade on strike, slower ball, catches him out trying to cut. Oh, Sams dives and doesn't quite get there. He collided with the bowler on the way through. The Bears share a bit of a laugh. Sams was scurrying to get there, and Karunaratne jumped across the pitch, and Sams ended up face down short of his ground. And the bowler in the end just looked at him and had a bit of a laugh. He tripped him up.
It was almost the perfect fox. Batsman's run in front of him, and he's just managed to clip the back foot to the point that he tripped over. We saw this at one of the most amazing pieces of sportsmanship in a Nepalese game.
I saw that
during the week. It was absolutely brilliant, where the Nepalese could have run out.
Short one, Sams plays and misses through to the keeper.
I think they were
playing. And a wide. Haven't seen too many of them either, so 5 for 94.
Are they playing Ireland? I think it was Ireland, and they were running through. There was a collision between bowler and batsman. The batsman fell over. Bowler picked the ball up and threw it to the wicketkeeper, and the wicketkeeper refused to take the bails off because he knew that it was a collision between players, and just let them go, and by rights they could have effected the dismissal, but they just let it go. It was a fantastic piece of sportsmanship.
Karunaratne on his way in again, bowls to Sam, who backs away, and nice work by the bowler, just a slow ball on leg stump. He turns it to short fine to Tikshana for a single. So 5 for 95. Sam's on 5, Wade on 7, 2 fresh bats. The Aussies winning the toss and batting first. Quick one before I jump out of here. It's a bit stiff. Ashton Agar goes from batting up top. He can't even get ahead of Daniel Sams now in the lineup. Should he bat ahead of Sams in the middle order? There doesn't seem to be much between them, but you go from the opener to all of a sudden below the other all-rounder. That's Wade, the cross-batted shot down to long off for a single. I'll leave that one with you. 15 overs down, the Aussies winning the toss and batting first. 5 for 96. Matt Clinch on his way in.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Corby. Australia 5 for 96. So at the moment going at 6.4 per over. That would get them to about 128. 8 and over would get them to 136. 10 would get them to 146. Good evening, Dirk.
Evening, Clinchy. Got a great contest.
It's an adjust.
Back on that point that Corbin made.
Yeah, please
I just wonder whether they keep going left hand, right hand. I think Sams and Wade, maybe at the time that he came in, maybe a little bit of muchness as to which way you go.
Tikshana's back into the attack, bowling from the members' end. Oh, down the leg side as Wade was looking to ramp, got himself in a tangle. As perhaps Tikshana just saw it out of the corner of the eye and just dragged the delivery down leg side. Wade in frustration hits into the turf.
Knowing there's a few overs left to spin, maybe that's the way they went.
None for 15 in the fourth over. Wade goes to reverse, just got a little bit off the glove or the inside edge. It runs down fine and will reach the rope for 4. So Wade's looking for the unconventional at the moment. This time was able to execute down to fine leg. go in the reverse, and Matthew Wade moves to 12. Australia bring up the 100 for the loss of 5 wickets in the 16th over.
Might have had a little bit of a mischief down at third man boundary. He's done his best to keep the ball in, and those advertising hoardings, when they're electronic like they are, they're almost spiky. To protect the LED lights on those banners.
Jay Wickrama trying to do the full lunge and end up in a tangle. Max once more. Wade with the reverse sweep. This time he was able to execute far better and finds the gap inside the 30-yard circle and back-to-back boundaries. Wade to 16. Australia 5 for 104. Sorry, Dirk.
That's beautifully played. Ball before he foxed the short third man. He saw the reverse sweep coming out, started running as though it was going to go squarer, and the ball ended up going quite fine because it was a miss hit. This time he absolutely nailed it perfectly. But yeah, those advertising hoardings, to protect the LED lights on the advertising hoardings, they've got these little spikes of plastic that stop the ball from actually damaging the...
Wade on 16, awaiting Thick Sharma around the wicket. It's down the leg side, and a wide is called. 5 for 105.
Stop it from damaging the globe. So if you... Well, he almost did a face plant. He dived over the boundary line. A great effort to try and stop the ball, but he just got his face stuck in the advertising hoarding. It's got to hurt.
And Superman lunges, not for every fielder. Thick Sharma comes in. This time Wade stays in his crease, plays it forward of square leg. Just a question as to whether Sams, who wanted to try and push for the 2, but Wade, you could hear there, pretty clear that it wasn't on offer. 5 for 106 in the 16th over. Matthew Wade to 17.
And straight away apologised, said, I was sorry, mate, I was unsure. But it was actually the wicketkeeper that went and got the ball, so there was no one at the stumps at the batsman's end. So they could have come back.
Yep. So a few changes in the field taking place. Fine leg, deep mid-wicket, long on, long off. Catching mid-wicket now, coming in just inside the 30-yard circle. As Sam's on strike, Thickshana comes in. He hits it through the gap in the covers between extra cover and backward point for a single. Sam's to 5 to 6. Australia 5 for 107 with 1 ball to come in the 16th over.
Given the start that Sri Lanka had, and particularly the way Mahesh Thickshana bowled in those first 2 overs that he bowled, it's a pretty disappointing return in the end.
None for 26. Last ball of his spell comes into Wade, who works it off his hip down to short fine leg for a single. So 5 for 108 after 16 overs with Matthew Wade on 18, Daniel Sams on 6. Matt Clinch and Dirk Nannis with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital via the ABC Listen app, and to our listeners through the BBC through 5 Live Sports Extra. Big payday for Daniel Sams in the IPL, 480,000. I'm sure a lot of our listeners think, wow, that must be life-changing. Of that money, how much does he get? Like, what percentage?
Depends what you do. So it's not guaranteed. I haven't seen the IPL contracts for the last 4 or 5 years, but largely they haven't changed across the entirety of the IPL tournaments. So if you show up fit, and let's suppose you don't play a game and you sit on the pine the whole time and you're on the bench, you will get 80% of your money. So provided you're fit, you're guaranteed to receive 80% of that total. You'll only get 100% of the total if you play every single game.
Yeah.
So point of conjecture is if you get injured. So in the Australian system, if you get injured, you keep getting match payments, you keep getting your salary payments until you're fit again to play. Unlike the IPL is very different to that in that.
Lahiro Kamara starts a new over from the southern end, and Wade was in 2 minds. Initially thought about the ramp and then was trying to late cut. In the end, he didn't make contact as Mendez does the work behind the stumps.
That's really well bowled because he saw Matthew Wade go down for the lap and ended up bowling a super wide, slower ball that made it impossible for Wade to lap or to get any pace on the lap. Really well bowled.
So for guys like David Warner who gets dropped,
I'm
assuming you don't get the money if you're dropped.
So he's losing 20% pro rata for every game that he is not in the playing 11. So let's suppose you play half the games, he's going to be missing 10% if he's dropped halfway through the tournament.
Kamara with 2 for 17, wider this time of Matthew Wade, and outside the crease and a wide is signalled.
So the problem comes if you get injured during the tournament. So let's suppose you arrive fit and you get injured in the first game. From that point on, you lose 50% of your money.
Wow.
So if you, let's say, for example, you don't turn up fit, you lose 100% of whatever you're not there for. So if you turn up halfway through the tournament, you'll only have the opportunity to get 50% of your money.
Wade on 18, awaiting Kamara, hits hard down the ground. This might be caught or it might be over. Right over the top of the fielder at long on, and it's 6. Just a tense moment for Matthew Wade as to whether he got enough of it. But he was able to hit it cleanly. And Wade to 24, 5 for 115 in the 17th over.
The way he stood there after he played this shot was as though that was 20 rows back. In actual fact, it only just went over the long on fielder and was straight at long on.
It's a bit of a breeze as well tonight, which would make you wonder, is this just hanging up in the breeze a bit? Wade 24 from 15 deliveries. Good little innings here for Australia. 5 for 115. Lamara digs it in, back of a length on the offside. It's driven by Wade down to long off. He takes off with a single and moves to 25, 5 for 116.
So there was in one of the first years of the IPL, maybe year 2 or 3, a couple of players turned up to the IPL with known injuries, turned up, bluffed their way through the first training session, were declared fit and broke down as soon as they tried to bowl fast.
Right.
And so IPL franchises kind of wisened up and thought, hang on, we have to tighten this loophole here because players are taking the mickey. So they tightened it up to put that injury clause in, because it used to be, at the start of the IPL, it used to be that if you turned up fit, you got your full whack, regardless of whether you got injured.
Kamara's making a couple of changes here. Fine leg back, deep backward square up, no, back again. Long on has changed positions. There's now 3-4 inside the circle on the offside. Okay. Ball into Daniel Sams, who's on 6. Kamara comes in. Sam steps across, hits it in the air. Might be wide of the fielder at fine leg. It is. One bounce over the boundary for 4. Well, if you're going to set 4 on the offside, I'd imagine you need to bowl to your field. And Sam's had all of that. He moves to 10. Australia 5 for 120 in the 17th over.
Poor bowling, but even worse fielding. That ball went over fine leg, but landed inside the arena, and really, by right, should have been taken. That's just poor positioning. Down there, it's a short boundary straight at the MCG. You understand why there are some fielders 20 metres off the boundary on the square side.
Next delivery, Sams hits this time through the air, through the covers, found the gap for 4. Daniel Sams making the most of his opportunity. He's 14 from 9 deliveries. Australia 5 for 124 in the 17th over. That was Gunnar Tilliker down on the boundary. So there's a couple of sub-fielders on at the moment. Gunnar Tilliker and Van der Sey are on. I think Shana's off the ground with a knee complaint, a right knee complaint. And Jaywick Rama is off the ground. He cut his hand on the advertising hoardings. So no wonder a few of the fielders were questioning, me, where do you want me? Kamara comes in, slower ball to Sams, hits down the ground. It's going to land short of the fielder at long off. He gets through for the single. And Sams moves to 15. Australia 5 for 125 at the end of the 17th over.
One of the things that Sri Lanka have been really good across this innings is they've been unpredictable in what they've delivered. That over is almost the first time where they've set fields that you can only bowl a certain type of ball. So with all 4 fielders back on the leg side and a long off out, only ball you can bowl is a slower ball. As soon as you've got any pace on the ball, it's very easy for the batsman to beat the inside fielders on the offside. And so suddenly you become a little bit predictable. And Sams took full toll of that. I think Sri Lanka are probably guilty of going outside of what's worked so well for them.
So good over for the Australians. 17 coming off that over. And Chimera's back into the attack to bowl from the members' end here. Wade on 25, Sam's on 15 on strike here. This next delivery from Chimera is swinging away and too wide. Just trying to get it away from Sam's.
I think there's a propensity for a lot of bowlers, maybe inexperienced bowlers, to sort of go away or try and get too cute late in the innings and try and almost outthink themselves. You need to try and keep every single ball option available to you when you're bowling.
2 for 12 so far for the right arm fast. This is hit in the air by Sam's backward a point. No dramas with no one inside the circle on the offside. So 3 in the deep, comfortably able to get through for the single. Sam's to 16, Australia 5 for 127 at the start of the 18th over. So deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Fine leg is now moving around to a deep backward square.
After 5 overs, Australia with 13 runs.
Yep.
So for them to...
They were none for 7 after 3. They were 2 for 22 after 6.
So for them to scramble back to this position, they're potentially getting one... may still get 160, really. Can
you see at the very top of the scoreboard there's a little ticker, timer?
Yeah.
It tells you that Sri Lanka are 1 over behind. So I'm imagining the amount of field changes they're making at the moment. It seems like Kusal Mendes behind the stumps is making most of the calls.
Does that take into account reviews?
I'm sure the clock would stop while they do the reviews. So I think the field is set. We've got a backward square leg, mid-wicket, long on. Long off is up on the 30-yard circle. Next delivery comes into Wade. He chops down on it. Oh. And the ball went down to short third. He went to throw it in and threw it straight into the turf.
I think everyone's done that, haven't they? In the field where you go to throw the ball and you think, hang on, no, I shouldn't throw it, but you're too far through your throwing action to stop.
Lanagi, it was who gathered, went to throw. I don't think he was trying to throw it in the turf. I think that's just where it got released and threw it straight down into his feet.
Throw it from third man to the vacant cover.
Australia 5 for 128. Sam's awaiting Chimera, hits it hard through mid-wicket. He quickly takes off for the first, and that's all he'll get as charging in from the deep. Nasunket does the fielding at deep mid-wicket. 5 for 129 in the 18th over. Sam's to 17. At least he saw the amusing side of it by the end. So Sri Lanka have had so many challenges when it comes to this tour around COVID. Hasaranga, of course, not playing. They now head to India, where they take on India in 3 T20s and a couple of tests. Chimera full delivery. It's hit through forward point for a single as Matthew Wade moves to 27. Australia 5 for 130. And Rohit Sharma, captain of all 3 formats for India. So interesting to see how he handles that responsibility as well.
That will be fascinating because he is quite a quiet character. Very big change from what we've seen with Virat Kohli in terms of the intensity levels.
5 off the over so far. Chimera wide of the off stump. Sams is able to chop down on it, play it backward a point. Quickly takes off for the single, but that's all he'll get. 5 for 131. With Sams on 18 and Matthew Wade on 17.
Such a brave ball to bowl when you've got your third man up and you're bowling full half volleys or attempting to bowl trend line Yorkers on that wide line there, because any slight edge at 4 runs, gotten away with a few.
5 singles and a wide so far off this over. Chimera outside the off stump. Wade hits this hard down the ground and over the fielder at long on for 6. Matthew Wade to 33. This partnership now passes 50. 55 from 35 deliveries. Australia 5 for 137 after 18 overs.
It's kind of imploding a little bit here for Sri Lanka. That was another really bizarre ball to bowl with that field. You've got a long on out, but you've got square leg and mid-wicket inside the circle. So as soon as you were with a half volley on leg side, it's such an easy pickup shot for the left-hander to play that on the leg side and pick up great value for your shot. It's an execution issue, yes, but I think also a tactical issue. Just gone away from what's worked so well across the rest of the innings.
So 17 off the Kamara over, 12 off the Chamir over. So 29 from the last 2 overs, which has got Australia all of a sudden looking around sort of above 150, which, as we touched on, seemed highly unlikely at the halfway mark of the innings when Australia were 3 for 59, or let alone at the 5-0 mark when they were 2 for 13. Karunaratne comes in, bowls to Sams from the Great Southern Stand end, gets an inside edge as it rolls down to short fine leg. In fact, it was a leg by, so Sams stays on 18. Australia 5 for 139 in the second last over.
I think it also shows with the firepower that Australia have in their bowling lineup, rather with their bowlers, the batting quality rather of their bowling lineup. They can afford to bat pretty deep and bat without any real cares at the top of the order. Again, they're going for this field where everyone up inside the circle is behind square.
Charging in, Karunaratne bowls. It's hit down the ground by Wade. He's hit it fine. They want to come back for 2. Sams was quick, good running to the non-striker's end. Comfortably was able to get back. Australia 5 for 140 as Matthew Wade moves to 35 from 20 deliveries. The run rate up to 7.64.
It just becomes so predictable. You can't bowl a genuine short ball here because you'll get played behind square. So it has to be a slower ball or very full Yorker straight at the stumps.
Karunaratne to Wade, who's walking down the pitch. Didn't quite time this one as he plays it down to long off for a single. Wade to 36. Australia 5 for 141. So what would you be trying to bowl here for someone like Matthew Wade?
I would just try and think, right, what ball is he expecting me to bowl? And try and do the complete opposite. So Matthew Wade is excellent at picking the ball off his legs and ploughing you over mid-on, mid-wicket.
Sams on strike, awaiting Karunaratne down the leg side. Mendes diving to his left. Got gloves to it, but couldn't take it cleanly, so they scamper through for an extra. As the wide is called.
And I would try and bowl a tramline Yorker, but to do something like that, I'd need to have a third man back. Because if I don't have a third man back, he's going to hit it for 4.
So third man's up.
So it
backward
takes
squares up.
That ball's out of the equation because of the field he's set.
Short fine and backward point as this next delivery. Wade's pulling it just wide of the fielder at backward square leg. He's quick as they come back for 2, and they're going to turn and come back for 3. With Sri Lanka not really showing their best fielding on display there. As Jaya Wickrama actually slipped over in the deep as he chased after it, eventually gathered. 5 for 146 with Sams now on strike on 18. Matthew Wade on 39. And just 1 minute on that timer. So we're still 8 balls to be bowled. They're going to have to bring an extra fielder inside the circle for the final over. Karunaratne comes in, bowls to Sams, hits it hard, hits it long. It should be caught though. The fielder at backward square leg takes the catch. Gunatilaka, the sub, is on, and Sams was eyeing one of the deepest boundaries at the MCG and just didn't quite get it. And Sams is out for 18. Australia 6 for 146.
Great little cameo from Sams. Innings could have gone either way when he came to the crease. It could have imploded. Instead of that, it's thrived. Out in the end, trying to hit over the longest part of the ground. It's a huge boundary out to that side where he's tried to clear the deep backward square fielder that is something like 20 metres inside that boundary. So he has missed that by a long way in terms of getting it over that fieldsman, but in the end he's probably done enough for what he was expected to do in the batting lineup.
When we interviewed him at the start of the day, I thought his chances of batting are slim today with the Australian batting order, and I'm imagining Ashton Agar, I wonder whether he knew whether he'd be opening the batting or not, but he's finally getting a hit at number 8. Matthew Wade's on strike. Karunaratne short ball. Wade gets a bottom edge. It bounces behind the stumps, and they quickly get through for the single, as Mendez was a little bit slow to come racing in. So a single to close the over. So 10 coming from that over. Australia 6 for 147, with Matthew Wade on 40 and Ashton Agar yet to face a delivery.
Importantly, Matthew Wade got through and got on strike. Well, now it's saying that they're even on the scoreboard in terms of over rate.
So they must have made up some time just in that over there. I'm not quite sure how that happened.
How with a wicket?
Whether they get the benefit of the wicket, you get a stop on the clock.
I'd love to know how that works. Who's in charge of that? And how often do they update it?
That's an excellent question. You threw me the challenge of trying to work out how the votes are tallied at the end of the match. So I asked some questions about that. Unfortunately, this is our last international of the summer, so I probably can't help you with as to who's doing the timer.
But then you said in the last game that we're the ones who do man of the match. They've only asked us for the votes tonight.
So the host broadcasters do the actual match, the 3, 2 and 1, and then they gather the broadcast media who are attending, so print, the TV and radio broadcasters for the player of the series. Australia 6 for 147. Matthew Wade on strike on 40. Dushmana Chamira to bowl the final over from the members' end. Comes in, short ball to Wade. Now, did that catch it? He's been given out, so it did catch the edge as he was looking to ramp, and Wade's reviewing immediately. That seemed pretty stock standard, more so that he was caught by the pace of the delivery.
Well, this is, I think, the first time I've ever seen the batsman review before the umpire's finger went up.
Third umpire director. We have a player review for caught behind, original decision out.
He saw the body language.
Foot, and we have a fair delivery. Can we give you best front on angle, please?
He saw the body language of the umpire as though the arm was going to go up, but Matthew Wade was already signalling review before the umpire went out. He reckons he's missed it by a mile.
So a short ball that kept low. If it didn't hit the glove or the bottom of the bat, what did it hit?
Thank you. Roll it, rock
shoulder
and roll
potentially.
One more time.
Anything that would have hit his left
Certainly goes
thumb.
close to the glove and then gets the shoulder. We go hot spot offside, please. Hot spot when available.
He's in conversation with Kusal Mendez, so the keeper, he's pretty confident this is not out. Matthew Wade. Guess it's one of those ones that you know whether it's hit the body or hit the bat or the gloves.
Or bat if it was to contact.
It's probably one of the few times during the game
Certainly
that you actually get to sit and have a social chat with the opposition. Because it's completely out of your control.
RTS when available, please.
The voice of Sean Craig, our TV umpire for this 5th T20 match.
Thank you. Roll it through. Roll it through. Roll it through. We've got a flat line that's going past. Definite flat line as it's going past. Going to go back on field. Coming back on field to you, Sam. Going to get it to change your decision from out to not out. On screen signal now.
So Matthew Wade would have felt like there wasn't too much to be concerned about, and as opposed to Josh Ingles, he was on the money this time. So Australia 6 for 147. With Wade on 40, awaiting Chamira in the final over. Once more a short ball, and Wade couldn't get on top of this one, looking to pull.
So what he's doing well with these first 2 balls, he's got 3 men inside the ring on the offside, being mid-off cover and sort of an extra cover. Now that's changing, but what he's done so far is bowl balls that are almost impossible for Matthew Wade to hit over these 3 men. Now they've changed it that they've almost got a, deep extra cover. Would you call that deep extra cover?
Yep, deep extra cover. There's a catching cover point. Backward point as Wade comes in. Lofts this as he pulls it backward of square leg. He'll turn and come back for 2 as it's gathered on the rope. As Wade moves to 42 from 26 deliveries. Australia 6 for 149.
So at this stage as a bowler, almost disinterested in trying to take a wicket. What you're really trying to do is either get Ashton Agar on strike or limit the boundaries. So it really is about thinking at the end of your mark, how am I going to bowl a dot ball here? Or how am I going to make sure that it's only a one at worst?
That extra cover's come in to the circle as Jamira comes and bowls on a ramp shot executed, or a lap shot in the end, which is able to work down to fine leg. So they get Agar on strikers. Wade gets to 43. Australia bring up their 150 for the loss of 6 wickets with 2 balls remaining in the innings.
So that there is a victory, because now Ashton Agar is yet to face a ball, is on strike with 3 balls to go in the innings, and 2 balls rather to go in the innings, and he's expected to strike straight away and hit boundaries, which is incredibly tough to do. It's been a terrific over thus far.
So the last 6 overs, Australia have been able to score 50 runs. As Jamira comes in, bowls to Agar, slower ball, thick outside edge, and it's going to beat the fielder. It's short third man and a boundary for Agar. 6 for 154 with 1 ball to come.
Well, here he's checked out. He's at short third man and didn't even
blink,
attempt to go for that ball, which has just gone. He's almost escorted it to the boundary.
It's probably, what, a foot and a half wide of him? A foot maybe, if you're being ultra harsh.
That is terrible.
6 for 154. Agar on 4. Final ball of the innings. Jamira comes in down the leg side. And that'll Lewis. Ashton Agar takes a long stare at the umpire, who says, that's over. He can't believe it. So Agar finishes on 4 from 2 deliveries. Matthew Wade, 43 from 27. And Australia, through their 20 overs, reached 6 for 154. With Matthew Wade top scoring with 43. Just quickly through the Australian card after they won the toss and decided to bat first. Aaron Finch was out for 8, caught by Kamara from the bowling of Chamika. So 8 from 12 deliveries. Australia were 1 for 11. Ben McDermott, having been dropped on naught, was caught by Nasanka from the bowling of Jay Wickrama for 3. Josh Inglis, the DRS in the end, got him. Caught and bowled from Jamir out for 23 from 20 deliveries and included 3 fours. At that stage, Australia were 3 for 55. Marcus Stoinis fell, so 2 wickets in 4 balls. He was out for 17. Caught Karuna Ratner from the bowling of Kamara, a bottom edge which carried to mid-off, and a good catch from Karuna Ratner down low. And Glenn Maxwell out for 29 from 21 deliveries. Caught Chamira, bowled Kamara. Australia were 5 for 82 at that stage. A handy 18 from 15 deliveries from Daniel Sams. Caught Gunatilaka, bowled Kunaratna. And then Ashton Agar finishes on 4 not out. And Matthew Wade on 43 from 27 deliveries. Australia 6 for 154. Seemed a lot better than where they were after 5 overs, Dirk, and when they were after 10 overs when they were 3 for 57.
I'm still quite shocked that that last ball wasn't given a wide. It was probably missing by a full set of stumps down leg side, and umpire didn't give it a wide. We saw a couple of unusual umpiring decisions, but I think Sri Lanka will be tremendously disappointed with what's happened there. They're having Australia 2 for 22 at the end of the power play. They ended up going for 4 for 132 off the next 14 overs. And they really had Australia on the ropes a number of times, particularly when Glenn Maxwell was dismissed. They had the opportunity to really put a stranglehold on that innings. And I think with a couple of bizarre fielding positions, late towards the end, they let Australia just get away and almost get out of jail free. And I think when you're leading with your strongest suit, which is Sri Lanka's bowling, I think when they look up at the scoreboard and see that the batting has to chase 155 on a pitch that did seem difficult early to get going, I think they're finding themselves probably behind the 8 ball. From an Australian perspective, some question marks still over the top of the order. McDermott didn't fire again. Aaron Finch didn't fire. And the game seemed to change as soon as Inglis and Maxwell came in. It looked a lot easier. Sometimes it's one batsman makes it look easy while others seem to make it look hard. And it could be just the nature of the way Inglis and Maxwell batted that changed the scope of this game. But I think Sri Lanka will be disappointed. Australia will be elated with how they got themselves out of jail. I think Australian batting in general has been really brave, and they've reaped the benefits of being brave and coming out and playing their shots.
So Australia scored 58 from the last 6 overs. Theekshana, none for 27 from 4. Kamara, 2 for 34 from 4. Chamira, 2 for 30 from 4. Jayawit Rama, 1 for 29 from his 4. And Karunaratne, none for 23 from 4. So, Sri Lanka, 155 for victory. We'll be with you on the other side of this. But for the moment, let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
ABC News with Satyam Weinstein. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson says if Russia launches an invasion of Ukraine, it would be Europe's biggest conflict since World War II. More from the BBC's Damien Grammaticus.
This was Boris Johnson's most serious warning yet about both the scale of the military attack Vladimir Putin is planning on Ukraine and the extent of the sanctions that would come in response. Mr. Johnson said even if a lightning war was initially successful, the West would not tolerate the destruction of a democracy. He indicated the UK would bring in even more far-reaching sanctions than revealed before, saying the UK, with the United States, would stop Russian companies trading in pounds and dollars.
Hundreds of women in the Ukrainian capital have attended a seminar put on by a paramilitary group offering survival advice in the event of a Russian invasion. This woman, Victoria, works as an English translator in Kiev and says the seminar focused on issues relevant to women in conflict situations.
I was really interested in this seminar because it can help us during this difficult situation. We are always in danger, and I was interested in protecting myself, my family, my friends.
The Defence Minister Peter Dutton is accusing China of engaging in aggressive bullying after a laser was shone at an Australian maritime aircraft. The government says an RAAF P-8 Poseidon was hit with a military-grade laser just after midnight on Thursday as 2 Chinese vessels were sailing through the Arafura Sea. Mr Dutton's told Sky News the incident needs to be called out.
Yeah, it's completely unacceptable. It can result in the blindness of the crew, can obviously result in damage of equipment. It's military grade. It's a very aggressive act, and that's why it's right that we call it out.
The WA Premier Mark McGowan says public health measures and mandates will continue to be reviewed in the state. It comes as WA records 222 new local infections of COVID-19 with 2 cases in hospital. Mr McGowan says high numbers of hospitalisations tend to lag behind cases. He says COVID safety measures such as venue capacity limits will change accordingly.
At this point in time, we've got to just monitor the growth in cases and the growth in hospitalisations so that we can have the right measures. You know, I'm reluctant to go to the 4 square metre rule. I really don't want to go there unless we absolutely have to.
Victoria's recorded another 9 COVID-19 deaths. There are 358 people in hospital across the state, down from 365 yesterday. 51 people are in intensive care, 12 on ventilators. 4,867 new cases were reported to authorities. Meanwhile, New South Wales has seen 21 COVID deaths in the latest reporting period. There are 1,280 people with hospital in the virus in the state, with 77 in intensive care. 5,582 new cases have been recorded. 2 unvaccinated people in their 70s and 80s are the latest COVID deaths in Queensland. The state recorded more than 4,000 new infections, taking the number of active cases to more than 34,000. Of those, more than 1,300 are school-aged children. State Health Officer Dr. John Gerard says COVID infections in 5 to 17-year-olds are trending downwards.
The vast majority of children have a very mild illness. There's no question about that. But also there was quite a significant epidemic among children about 2 to 3 weeks before schools opened, which vindicates the decision to delay the opening of schools.
Tourism operators in New South Wales are calling for consistency between the states as Australia reopens its international borders. From tomorrow, overseas travellers who are double vaccinated against COVID will be welcomed back without having to quarantine. John O'Sullivan, the CEO of an adventure tourism company, says the rules need to be the same across the country.
One of the things I think we've got to get right as a nation, though, is just what are going to be the travel rules in between the different states and territories. Because for an international visitor, the more friction or hoops they have to jump through, the less inclined they are to travel.
And Ethiopia is expecting to start generating its first electricity from a controversial new dam on the Nile later today. The $5.5 billion project is Africa's largest hydroelectric scheme, but is met by strong, sustained resistance from Egypt and Sudan, which lie downstream and rely on water from the river. Ethiopia says the dam will double production of electricity and transform its economy. Get more news from our website, abc.net.au/news.
Hi, I'm Sam Hawley, host of the new podcast ABC News Daily. This is the show that will help you understand the issues affecting your world. Every weekday morning, you'll get one big story from the news source you trust, told by the journalists you know best, in under 15 minutes. Find ABC News Daily on the Listen app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Chimera to Finch. He walks at the pace bowler, hits it high in the air. Mid-on, get him back. Kamara takes a superb catch over his shoulder. And Aaron Finch is gone. He's out for 8. Runarani in again, bowling over the wicket. To Stoinis, clubs it straight back down the ground. And that's over the rope for 6. Kamara bowls to Maxwell, who backs away, uppercuts it down to third man, and he's caught.
Chimera outside the off stump. Wade hits this hard down the ground and over the fielder at long on for 6. Karunaratne comes in, bowls to Sams, hits it hard, hits it long. It should be caught though. The fielder backward square leg takes the catch.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to the MCG for the 5th T20 match between Australia and Sri Lanka. The visitors will be chasing 155 for victory. Australia trying to claim a series whitewash. Matt Clinch alongside Kristen Beams, Corbin Middlemass and Dirk Nannis with you on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital via the ABC Listen app, and for our listeners through the BBC 5 Live Sports Extra. Bob's been in touch from Bundaberg. Hey Matt, can you give us a score from the Junction Oval? Thanks to Dirk for explaining the IPL as well. And Phil from Doilo, please give us a Panthers trial game score. Well, that might be a bridge too far, but I can give you a Sheffield Shield score from Junction Oval. Queensland 3 for 63 at stumps on day 3, so they lead Victoria by 58 runs with 7 wickets remaining. Queensland's first innings was 349, led by a century on debut from Jack Clayton, 109, and Baisley was 64. Matt Short with 4 for 74. Victoria in response posted 360 from their first innings. They had Hanscom and Harris both overnight in a pretty good position. Hanscom was out for 82, Harris for 91. Nick Maddinson ended up top scoring for Victoria, unbeaten on 110. Sandhu 5 for 65 for Queensland, and Mark Steketee 3 for 92. Steketee added to that Australian touring party for the Pakistan tour in the place of fellow teammate in Queensland colours, Michael Neser. Meanwhile, at the SCG, Tasmania at stumps on day 3, 1 for 19, needing another 271 runs to win against New South Wales. New South Wales in their first innings, 276, Kerr 88, Tremaine 38, Bird picking up 3 for 38. And New South Wales in Tasmania in their first innings, 213, Wright 57, Doran 54, Tremaine 5 for 48, and Sanger 3 for 55. And New South Wales in their second innings, 9 declared for 226. Sanger 75, Gilt 64, Webster 3 for 40, and Andrews 3 for 63. And in terms of, what can I also tell you? In the AFLW, North Melbourne 6-2-38, lead Collingwood 2-3-15. And in the pre-season, the Penrith Panthers defeated the Cronulla Sharks 34-6. So there you go. Managed to find some of the other scores taking place. So the players are not too far away from making their way back out. Sri Lanka needing 155 for victory. Matt Clinch alongside Kristen Beams. And Beamsy, one of the other questions coming through on the SMS is, will we be broadcasting the Women's World Cup? In which we will. We just have to get some clarity in what platforms, what time slots a lot of the games have been. Of course, Australia's first game is against England. And a bit of relief for some of the Australian players with the quarantine lifted from, 10 days to 7.
Yeah, it's a big change for them. Yeah, I think when you go into those quarantines and they thought it was going to be a really hard, and that it was a full stop, that there wasn't going to be any respite. So for the players to get out a little bit earlier will make a lot of difference, especially for the quick bowlers. I think to be able to get out of there, to be starting to load yourself in the way that you would want to, I think it's going to help with the preparation. And we saw a bowler like a Darcy Brown have a little bit of a niggle during the Ashes series as well. So I think for all the players over there that have got themselves out of quarantine, I think it's only going to help the best cricket to be played, knowing that players are going to be fit and willing and able and ready to go. And I think two teams that are actually got the little advantage at the moment is New Zealand and India, who are playing a 5-match ODI series. That was a genius idea from both cricketing bodies to get together and do the quarantine a little while ago and get yourselves organised to be able to play five ODIs in New Zealand. So well played to both of those nations.
So that was from Nev on the SMS 0467920222. Is Grandstand going to cover the Women's World Cup on local radio? Well, we're hopeful of covering it. I'm not sure what platform it'll be on. So the Australian games kick off on the 5th of March against England, then Pakistan on the 8th of March, New Zealand the 13th, the West Indies, India, South Africa and Bangladesh. Who are your top 3 or 4 you think in that tournament?
Well, Australia, definitely, you would expect them to be the favourites, even though England are actually the previous World Cup winners. England are going to be in and around. And then I think it could be very interesting from there. I think New Zealand are playing some very good one-day cricket at the moment. So far have defeated India in every game, so you would think that the home team are going to have that advantage. And then probably India would be the top 4. I think South Africa are missing some of their best players who aren't going to make the World Cup due to various reasons, injuries and births of babies and a whole lot of other things as well. So I think I would have said South Africa a little while ago, but I think the top 4 are going to be the big 4, I guess, that we normally talk about in the women's game.
Can't wait for the Women's World Cup at a pretty friendly time slot for the Australian times, which aren't always the case. Dave in Hawthorn, are there any one-day matches after this, or were they all before this Ashes? And I've forgotten them. The one days against New Zealand unfortunately had to be abandoned because of the border challenges. So I don't know where those matches will be made up. There are a couple that I think there's matches against Zimbabwe maybe that they have to try and catch up at some stage later on in the year before the men's T20 World Cup. So it is one of those tricky as to where they'll squeeze in some T20 matches in the lead up for the men's World Cup here in Australia later in the year. That gets underway middle of October. So I think I saw an article that said there's only 10 matches remaining before Australia get a chance to defend their World Cup title. So it's not that many matches when you try and slightly experiment with what your best lineup is, and then also try and get some form into some of your key players. Obviously the men's side head over to Pakistan for the Test series, but the big question was going to be around Aaron Finch. Would he open the batting? Would he bat 3, 5? He ended up opening the batting today. He made 8 from 12 deliveries. What's your opinion as to whether he's in Australia's best side come the T20 World Cup in October?
Yeah, for me, he's in their best side, and I said it previously, but I think being a captain, I think it is a specialist skill set. So I think what he's bringing to the team from a leadership point of view makes him a lock for mine. It's just finding the best position for him. I like him up top. I think T20 cricket can be really fickle. It punches you in the face more than it pats you on the back as a format. So I think between now and that first game of the T20 there's a lot to go under the bridge from my point of view. So I think he'll be good and ready to go. And it feels like this has been the right time for Australia to experiment. I'd expect every match from now on leading into the first game of the T20 World Cup to be a little bit closer to their best 11.
So the Australian fielders are making their way out into the middle of the MCG, and the Sri Lankan batters with a bit of a fist pump as they cross the rope and make their way out into the middle. Great section of crowd in the Ponsford stand, and then as we look at it as to what would be in footy circles at the Punt Road end, What do you reckon? Is there more than Friday night? We had 13,000 there.
Yeah, definitely. I reckon it feels like a fair bit more.
Great Southern Stand wasn't open on Friday night, so at least that's been opened up.
It's hard to read because we could only sort of view
Can't see
one
what's
section.
above us or below us, yeah.
But look, I think it's been a much better crowd. It looks like for me, it just feels like there's a bit better atmosphere. I think dominated by Sri Lankan fans, which you would expect nothing less here in Melbourne. And there's a little opportunity here for Sri Lanka. It's an okay total. I think they did let it slip in the back end. They probably shouldn't be chasing more than about 140 based on the way that they bowled in patches. And again, we see some more experimenting. It looks like we're going to see Marcus Stoinis opening the bowling. So Aaron Finch, he talked about wanting information. He could not have any more information if he tried. He's going to nearly have too much information to make any kind of decision on what their best 11 looks like and what their best matchups look like out there in the middle. And I think as a player, if you feel settled in the lineup, you'd be happy to roll with the punches around experimenting. But maybe if you're feeling on the fringes, you'd be a little bit nervous about what your opportunity is because you know that you're going to be under pressure to make sure your performance is at a high level every single time you've got the ball or bat in hand.
So Stoinis bowled the final over at the SCG, which went to the super over. Patham Nissanka makes his way out, the opening batter for Sri Lanka, the right-hand bat. He's going to open the batting alongside Kusil Mendes. So a slip in place. Backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep square, and short fine leg as Marcus Stoinis comes in. First delivery is wide of the off stump, and Nissanka's able to play it off the bottom of the bat down to deep third for a single to open the scoring. None for one in the first over.
It's a bit of a funny one with the fireworks and everything that goes off because you've got this sort of hazy view that we can see right now, and I do wonder how players go with that. It's not too bad tonight, but sometimes it feels like it actually sits really low, and I don't know if that's got an impact for people when it comes to vision and even just the smell of it.
Yeah, we can
smell it through our window.
Through our broadcast box window, isn't it? So Marcus Stoinis 1 for 30 in that second T20. Getting a chance to open the bowling here from the members' end. Comes in, bowls to Mendes back of a length, and he is leaning forward and off the outside edge. It's fielded at gully. How do you think Sri Lanka will approach this, given that they've, most of the T20s lost early wickets, so once more they've changed their lineup. And we've seen if they can get a couple of partnerships going, most notably with Nissanka involved, that their tail can wag a little bit. Chamira has been shown to get the boundaries. Chanamal, who's not in the side tonight. None for one as Marcus Stoinis comes in over the wicket. Oh, and Mendes from an inside edge looking to pull, almost bounced it back on his stumps.
Oh, that got onto him a little bit quicker than what he thought. Might have just got him on the arm there on the way through. It looks a little bit uncomfortable, but you do feel like Nissanka is going to be the key here, and it's a tough thing we saw for Ashton Agar on Friday night, that to walk out there and to open the batting when you don't do it all the time. So to come in the fifth match of a series and you're opening the batting, you've got one guy going really well in Nissanka, so I think it's just about trying to get into the partnership and allowing him to play his own natural game and not for him to feel that pressure to score. And if I think they can achieve that out of their opening partnership, it'll go a long way to winning this game.
Stoinis charging in, bowls to Mendes, who hits it hard through backward point, just not quite taken cleanly by McDermott. They get through, in fact it was Ashton Agar, and they get through for a single. None for two. Mendes on one, Nissanka on one.
And you just notice with this Australian field in the inner ring is that normally in a T20 game it's pretty common to see, maybe with the exception of mid-wicket or cover, is everyone kind of fields on the ring, but you see at different times, I think to Mendes, they're actually in off the ring a little bit, and they're all still coming in, so they're actually all like 2 or 3 metres inside of that inner ring, and that is building so much pressure, and it's a really attacking frame of mind.
Finch out of the slips to a gully, and Jai Richardson is almost at a third slip. Quickly pushed into the offside by Nissanka. Quickly takes off with a single where Finch gathers and throws to the non-striker's end. Cannons it into the off stump. Sri Lanka comfortably home. None for 3 in the first over. Nissanka on 2. Mendes on 1.
Well, Daniel Sams told us that what he likes about Aaron Finch as a captain is he's trying to always push the game forward, and I think this is a good example. You could easily look up at the scoreboard and say, yeah, we've got 154 runs on the board. We can allow our fielders to just sit on the ring, but instead they've actually got all the pressure and catches behind the wicket.
Stoinis comes in, bowls to Mendes, who gets an inside edge as he swings through it, looking to pull onto the onside, and it just rolls out to forward square leg for a single to close out the over. So none for 4 Sri Lanka after 1 over, with Nasanka on 2 and Mendes on 2 as well. The visitors' best power play came in the final match here at the MCG, where they posted 1 for 41 from their opening 10 overs, so that will be what they'll be hoping to try and replicate. Is that the second one? That might have actually been the third, where they got off to a decent start. So Daniel Sams is going to get an opportunity again here early from the Great Southern Stand end. Got a chance with the bat earlier tonight where he was able to have an impact, posting 18 from 15 deliveries. And now he's going to open the bowling from the Great Southern Stand end here at the MCG.
And he's a good option as well. I think the left-hander is coming across, and Aaron Finch has got so many really good options from a bowling point of view that he can sort of mix and match. And you just feel like the angle will be difficult. And again, we see these really attacking fields where, there's nearly a catcher right on point, really. That's going to take some catching if it goes at pace.
Sams wide of the off stump. Mendes swings hard at it, hitting the air into the covers. It's going to land safe, as they'll be able to pick up a couple. McDermott went racing back, trying to get underneath the high ball, but couldn't quite get there. Mendes to 4. Sri Lanka none for 6 in the second over.
Well, the intent is there, certainly from a Sri Lankan point of view, and just looking to give himself space and kind of flay the hands through the offside, and could have gone straight up. He's got away with it, but the intent is good.
So a stacked offside field with a short third, backward point as Sams comes in, and big swing from Mendes, looking to play through mid-wicket where there is space there. It's the shot he's trying to lure him into, with Zampa sort of at a forward short mid-wicket. Fine leg in the deep, or he's sort of moved around to almost a backward square leg now. Sri Lanka none for 6 in the second over. Mendes on 4. Nasanka on 2. And Sams comes in once more. Mendes off the bottom edge, looking to drive straight to extra cover. He's taken off with a single. The throw comes to the keeper's end, and he's just able to get back as Aaron Finch got there. The single looked like it was on as Inglis didn't take it cleanly, but Finch was waiting for it, gathered quickly through to the keeper's end. Mendes was almost halfway down the pitch.
I'm not so sure there was a lot of good communication there. It's always tough. Fielder coming across, the batter at the non-striker's end is always going to want to get back into his crease there, and had his back to him. And I think that makes it hard. There's a bit of noise out here, and didn't hear the calling, and gee, they're lucky to get away with that.
I think Mendes thought once Inglis didn't take it, there was a single on. His batting partner had his back to him. Mendes off the outside edge, looking to play across the line. It balloons out to backward point. And he gets the single as Marcus Stoinis does the fielding in the deep. Sri Lanka none for 7, but they're riding a few emotions at the moment.
Yeah, it feels like it's been eventful, but then you look up and see that it's just none for 7 and we're nearly through 2 overs. But it does feel like there's a lot happening, and whether the intent is a little bit misplaced at times, you can tell that they've probably thought about it and went, you know what, we need to go hard in this power play. If we're going to put a big dent in this total, we saw Australia get off to a slower start.
Sams comes in, bowls to Nasanka, who drives to mid-off, and he's able to get through for the single where Aaron Finch does the fielding. None for 8. So Nasanka, the leading run scorer so far in this series, with 174 and a strike rate of 113 though. The next highest of the Sri Lankan batters, Shanaka, with 81. So that's been their problems with the bat so far in this series. 8 for 122 in the first T20, 8 for 164 in the second, 6 for 121 in the third, and 8 for 139 in the fourth. So they've all been around the 120, 130, apart from that second one in Sydney. Sands comes in, bowls to Mendes, looking to drive off the outside edge. It flares out backward a point and will find the boundary for 4. So a bit of luck and swinging hard from Sri Lanka. Mendes to 9, Sri Lanka none for 12 after 2 overs.
They continue to get that front foot out of the way and just throw their hands through the ball, and they've probably rode their luck a little bit, that one racing away to the boundary. But that's what happens when you've got a field like this. The third is probably a little bit squarer than what you would traditionally see. They're getting rewarded for going hard at the ball, but the bowling pretty good from Sam's going across the right-hander there. And another change with some 1-over spells.
So Jai Richardson, after he picked up 2 wickets on Friday night, into the attack, and he'll bowl from the members' end here at the MCG. 25 years of age, 15 wickets in 16 T20 matches, and just great to see him fit and healthy again. Richardson comes charging in, bowls to Nasanka, who hits down the ground, over mid-on, couple of bounces and across the rope for 4.
Gee, that's a good shot. First ball of Jai Richardson's spell. You can see that the fielders are up inside of the ring straight. And he'd be thinking to himself, you know what, if he's going to earth full at all, I'm going to take him straight downtown. And that's really good cricket. You've got to do that. You've got to try and take the momentum and put bowlers under pressure early on in the over. And that's a really good example of that. Good batting.
So perhaps just a little bit wide from Jai Richardson to start with. As Nasanka awaits him on 7. Looks to play it backward a point. Turns and comes back for a couple. As Kane Richardson races around to do the fielding, and they're going to come back for 3. So good running as Sri Lanka moves to none for 19 in the 3rd over. Nasanka to 10 from 5 deliveries.
Yeah, he's gone with the straight down the ground, and then he's thought to himself, right, I'm going to give myself some room, giving up all 3 stumps and going through that offside, and did a good job to pierce that gap. There's not a lot of room there, but so much real estate on that offside once you get it through the ring. And you can always run on the arm out to the boundary here at the MCG, and all of a sudden it's 7 off 2 balls.
Sri Lanka none for 19. As Jai Richardson comes in, good short ball back of a length, and just a question as to whether it was a bit of glove from Mendes as it cruised past him. The arms just following the ball a little bit.
That was really well directed from Jai Richardson. He's probably thought, you know, I'm going to try and tighten him up here, going straight across the stumps, and he was very lucky not to get an edge on that, Mendes. If he did, he would have guided it straight into the hands of Matthew Wade.
Made 27, Mendes, on Friday night. He was batting well and then run out by Glenn Maxwell, trying to push back for 2. As Jai Richardson comes in once more. Mendes looking to work it on the onside, off an outside edge. It just rolls out forward a point for a single. Mendes to 10, Sri Lanka 2 for 20 in the 3rd over.
And that's the value of the boundary off the first ball, is that you know that it's going to be a good over. So that ability to then get the singles in between, if Richardson errs again, you know that you can take him on and it's going to become a big over. But he's bowling with good pace, 146 kilometres an hour. It's great to see him fit and bowling fast.
8 off the over so far. As Jai Richardson comes in to Nasanka down the leg side, he's able to work it to short, fine leg. And he gets through for a single. Adam Zampa does this fielding. Nasanka to 11, none for 21, with 1 ball to come in the 3rd over. Of course, Australia didn't get off to the best of start. They were 2 for 13 after 5, 3 for 57 after 10 overs, scoring 58 runs from the last 6 overs, including 17 runs coming in the 17th over from Kamara. With Matthew Wade finishing on 43 from 27 deliveries. As Mendes is awaiting Jai Richardson, a good delivery. There's just a bit of movement away from the Sri Lankan batter. And the end of the over, none for 21 after 3 overs, with Mendes on 10 and Nasanka on 11.
And one of the big differences that we see from both power plays with the respective teams is Sri Lanka went with a lot of pace off the ball. Their spinners bowled really well in that power play. They really had Australia trying to force the play, and that they weren't able to do that. On the flip side, we're seeing pace from Australia, and whether Sri Lanka haven't necessarily played a whole lot better, but they've been rewarded. They've been able to throw their hands through the ball and balls are coming off the edge and going in the air, but you get a little bit more freedom, I guess, when you've got the pace bowlers. You're going to get a little bit more value than what you would against the spinners, and maybe it's all part of the experiment, but I wondered whether spin might have been a factor for Australia.
Kane Richardson in the attack from the Great Southern stand in, and Nasanka's got a top edge. As he looked to pull, it's going to land short of Jai Richardson, who races after it down at the deep third man boundary. They're able to get back for a couple as Nasanka moves to 13. Sri Lanka none for 23 at the start of the fourth over. Kane Richardson 2 for 44 from his 4 overs on Friday night. This was he or Mitch Starc early in the series as to which one they went for. Both played in Canberra, and then Australia decided to rest Starc, Hazelwood and Cummins once they'd secured the series. Nasanka awaiting. Kane Richardson hit, should be caught, and the catch is taken at mid-on. Glenn Maxwell able to backpedal, it just held up a little bit as Nasanka was looking to drive down the ground, and Australia get the breakthrough. Nasanka's out for 13, Sri Lanka 1 for 23.
Well, they've had their luck so far, Sri Lanka, but no luck there. Good piece of bowling from Kane Richardson, and Glenn Maxwell is never going to drop that. Just trying to force down the ground again. We've seen Nasanka do that with success throughout this series, but not tonight. And for Kane Richardson, he would have been disappointed with his performance in the previous game. It was really bookended. He started poorly and finished poorly with some good bowling in between. So for him personally, he'd be looking at this innings and saying, right, I want to start well, and he's done the job for Australia. And it puts so much pressure on this Sri Lankan batting lineup. Nasanka has been the top scorer for them and really led them. So this is going to be a challenge from here.
So the new batter, Kamil Mashara, makes his way out to the middle after Nasanka out for 13 from 18 deliveries. So the 20-year-old playing in his 14th T20 match. And Sri Lanka 1 for 23. And that, of course, was his Sri Lankan record on debut here in international cricket. So Kamil Mashara to face Kane Richardson, who comes in, and Mashara's forward and beaten.
That is a really nice delivery to get that up front. It's just gone across him slightly. Maybe a hint of movement there, but that's a tough ball to get up front. And as a batter, you look up, and the left-hander looks up, and there's a stacked offside here, all inside of the ring. It's going to be tough to score through there.
So the two fielders outside the circle are at third man and deep backward square leg as Richardson comes in. That's Kane Richardson. It's driven to extra cover by Mashara. 1 for 23 in the fourth over, chasing 155 for victory. Do you think Kane Richardson's in Australia's best 11 for the World Cup?
Yeah, I do. I think his ability to bowl in different phases, I think his change-up deliveries, I think he has that ability to bowl in any... we see him, they go to him a lot in the death. So I think he's a really good option, and for me, he's in the best 11.
Just 2 off the over so far as Kane Richardson comes in. Mashara looking to pull off the bottom edge. Plays it through square leg. They come back for 2. The throw from Sams is going to be tight. A lunging effort. Wade breaks the stumps. This might be trouble. Mashara called 2 straight away. But Sams is just so quick, charging in from the deep. The lunge, Wade takes it cleanly, and he might have just got there with a full lunge.
Bat in the air, maybe?
Appears to be the bat could be in the air there. Do we have
I reckon that's out.
Another angle?
That's unlucky.
So he should have got his ground, but the bottom of the bat is in the air as he slides, trying to make his ground.
The bat's in the air. Yeah, give me a zoom. Yeah, bat's definitely in the air there. That's a good shot, thank you. Definitely in the air. Definitely in the air.
So Sri Lanka at 2 for 23.
As the stumps are lighting up.
And some brilliant fielding from Daniel Sams.
The decision will be out. Repeat, out.
and the intent was good for Sri Lanka. The second run just wasn't on.
Intent very good, and it actually was a good dive, except for the bat being in the air. And had he had his bat grounded, he wouldn't have been out. And that's a tough one. And Daniel Sams, again, from a fielding point of view, he's just been so good. He moves so quickly. Good, strong throw, gone low. And that's really good moving. He's actually had to turn and go that direction, and Matthew Wade got those bails off so quickly. And it's all of a sudden it becomes a bit of a disaster here for Sri Lanka after what was some really good intent at the start here. And now all of a sudden under a whole lot of pressure.
So Kamil Mashara, it's not a debut to remember, unfortunately. Run out, and he was listed on the team sheet to open the batting, but coming in at number 3, and now Charith Asalanka makes his way out to join Mendez. And unfortunately for Sri Lanka, just unable to try and make too much of a promising start here. Australia were 1 for 11, but Sri Lanka 2 for 24. Kane Richardson comes in, last ball of the over, hit in the air from Asalanka over the top of the covers and brings about a boundary to start proceedings. So that's the type of form we've wanted to see from Charith Asalanka, one of the up-and-coming players in the Sri Lankan side, just 24 years of age. And the end of the over, Sri Lanka are 2 for 28.
Well, that's how you do it. You just stand and deliver. He kept really still. Ball was just outside of the off stump and threw his hands through it and got rewarded with an offside that's all up inside of the ring. And that's good intent to walk out there and do that first ball. It shows that Sri Lanka are going to continue to try and have as much intent as they can. And as the end of the over comes, we see Kane Richardson actually go straight off the ground there. And I noticed that the dock was out there when the wicket fell. So just wondering whether there's something else to that story.
So I'll keep an eye on Kane Richardson. Jai Richardson will continue from the members' end here at the MCG with Sri Lanka 2 for 28 at the start of the 5th over. Still 4 inside the circle on the offside. As Richardson comes in, bowls to Mendez down the leg side. He gives this a helping hand and hits it 15 rows back. That wasn't a great ball from Richardson to start with, but Mendez quick onto it and able to get full purchase over the fire and leg boundary.
Yeah, that's a gift from Jai Richardson there. It's down the leg side. It's short, but it's in and around that hip height. And he only had to help it on its way, but he didn't just help it, he whacked it. And that's what Sri Lanka have to continue to do in this game, is that every time Australia err, they have to punish them. And if they can do that, you look up and the run rate is higher than the run rate required, and they've just got to try and stay above that.
Kusal Mendez, 16 from 13 deliveries, awaiting Jai Richardson here. Once more, he's trying to work it down the leg side, but it's straight to Adam Zampa at short fine leg.
And you think if they can get that run rate required down into the 6s, all of a sudden it feels a little bit more comfortable, and you're asking more questions of Australia to try and force their hand a little bit. Do they have some bowling changes? Do they have some field changes? And not just allow them to dictate terms.
Run rate required at the moment, 7.72. As Jai Richardson comes in once more to Mendez, who's rocking back and playing it along the ground through square leg for a single. Sams does the fielding. 2 for 35 in the 5th over. Mendez to 17. Pretty good night for cricket at the MCG. Temperatures in the 20 degrees region. An earlier start at 5:10, so certainly feel like it's over the 13,000 in which we had on Friday night. And a lot of Sri Lankan fans in once more. A lot of them enjoying the cricket under the Ponsford stand as the sun's setting in Melbourne. Jai Richardson into Asalanka, who's on his toes, opening up the blade and running it down to deep third, where Zampa does the fielding. Asalanka to 5, 2 for 36 in the 5th over.
It doesn't feel as cold, although I did look
down.
There
is a bit of a breeze, though, isn't there?
Yeah, I did look down and just before the players walked out, and a few did have the hand warmer, so it's probably a little bit warmer up here, even though we've got the window open, but it's still a coolish night for players.
I was at Junction Oval yesterday where the sun was out and Queensland players were wearing jumpers. Couldn't believe it.
They're so odd, the Queensland.
Used to the humidity. Jai Richardson comes in, a fuller delivery. Mendes is able to work it forward of square leg. Quickly off for the single. Finch takes a throw at the striker's end. Well backed up in the end by Ashton Agar. Mendes to 18, 2 for 37.
I do wonder sometimes with players and jumpers though, because sometimes it's the superstitious cricketers that go about things the same way. And I think maybe there's a few superstitious players for Queensland thinking their last game they played well with their jumper on and they're going to do it again.
Yeah. Sri Lanka 2 for 37. Richardson in, over the wicket once more. Bowls to Asalanka, who hits in the air over the top of the covers. That's another good shot. No one in the deep. Couple of bounces and it crosses the rope for 4. 2 for 41 after 5 overs. Asalanka on 9. Mendes on 18. Kristen Beams is with you on Grandstand Cricket. In a moment, Corbin Middlemass coming in.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio and on the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Clinchy. Evening, Beamsy. 2 for 41. Sri Lanka, remembering after the power play, the Aussies were 2 for 22. And Sri Lanka still have another over up their sleeve.
Well, they've started well, haven't they, Corby?
They have. They're ahead of the curve.
They've had the right intent. Good to see Kane Richardson coming back out onto the field as well. So hopefully just a running repair and nothing too sinister there. But I think the intent has been there. There's been a few balls. They've had off the flying edge. They've had a bit of luck.
Kushal Mendes on strike. Sam starts a new over at leg stump and he tucks it off his thigh pad to Zampa at short fine. Single taken. So Mendes up the top. He's on 19. And Jareth, the new bat, in at 4. He's 9 not out. 2 for 42. Sri Lanka.
And what he's done really well is any time Australia have been outside of the off stump, he's just thrown his hands through it. And the offside has been up the whole time. And I think you put bowlers under a whole lot of pressure when you're just standing still and playing through the line of the ball, and they're saying, well, you know what? He's saying to the Australian bowlers, you need to be on middle and off, otherwise I'm going to hit you over the top of the offside.
Sams to Asalanka, who runs at Sams and plays and misses. Through into the gloves of keeper Matthew Wade, so trying to take advantage of this last over with the field up. There's just 2 back during the power play, so deep backward square and at deep point for the left-hander.
Yeah, you always think of that sort of 2 wickets is what you're happy to lose to try and maximise the power play. So if Sri Lanka can get through this over and, you know, score another 5, 6, 7, 8 off it, they'll have thought, well, you know what, we've actually done a really good job of this power play. If they lost 1 or 2 wickets in this over, they'd consider it a loss.
Asalanka clips a ball on middle and leg. Backward of square, man back on the boundary is Stoinis. He comes out to meet it, and Asalanka is back for 2. He's into double digits, 11 not out. Mendes on 19, 2 for 44, Sri Lanka.
And we've seen only pace bowling from Australia so far in this power play, and by contrast we saw a lot of spin for Sri Lanka. I'd expect Zampa to not be too far away, and we mentioned Ashton Agar, who hasn't been hit for a boundary in the last couple of games as well. So you think spin is going to play a role, but their intent is to bowl pace through this power play.
Sam's over the wicket. Asalanka just crunches it away over mid-wicket and over the rope. That's 6 to the long boundary in front of the Ponsford stand. And Asalanka hitting square and going large. The 50 up for the tourists. Asalanka moves to 17.
From first ball, he has gone after the bowling here, and it just changes your whole mindset as a bowler when you know that there's a guy standing there going, you know what, I'm gonna take you down here, and it's just causing a few errors from these Australian bowlers, and now we see more discussion around the field and what should the field be, and they are making the most of this power play, and it's been really good batting.
Score comparison on the big screen. So after 5.4 overs, effectively 24 balls, Australia were 2 for 14. Sri Lanka currently 2 for 50. The overall target is 155 for Sri Lanka to win the game. So there you go, Beamsy. We've got deep mid-wicket now, so cow corner back, deep backward square, and the sweeper on the offside is now up inside the ring. So they're all up on the offside. Sam's in again to Asalanka. Whips it away through square leg. They want two. It's a long boundary. Asalanka's coming back and they get it. 2 more for Asalanka. So 11 off the over already. And the Sri Lankan vice-captain moves to 19. Mendes, the openers, on 19. Sri Lanka 2 for 52.
And it's always a big win when you get those field changes, is that Kane Richardson thought, this is the field I want. They're really clear in what he's trying to bowl and the field that he wants. And then all of a sudden the batter totally shifts the way they're going about it, and they are on top.
Last ball of the power play. Sam short. Asalanka weaves out of the way. A wide signalled from square leg.
He's unhappy with that, isn't he?
Sam Nagowski is sort of the umpire at our end, who we sort of just questioned a few of the wide calls that were made when he was in charge. We're at the members' end of the Melbourne Cricket Ground.
I think I'd nearly like that one to be like the front foot no ball. Like there's just a video and like that doesn't seem like a really hard thing to actually have a camera that does that can just say straight away that's a wide.
Let's do that again. Last ball of the power play. Short again, and Asalanka's pulling, not quite out the middle of the bat. And we'll get one as Maxwell comes in off the boundary at deep mid-wicket to do the fielding. 2 for 54. So Kushal Mendes on 19 and Asalanka on 20. The power play's done. After 6, Sri Lanka 2 for 54. Chasing 155 as the victory target. And just repeating at the same stage, the Aussies were 2 for 22.
Well, with a run rate required of 7.21, there's no doubt that Sri Lanka are on top. But the big question has been their ability to hold on for longer periods within the game. We've seen these little patches of brilliance where they've got on top and you think, wow, they're in a really good position here, and they just hand over the momentum to Australia. And this is going to be a big challenge for them outside of this power play, with Ashton Agar coming into the attack, and we've seen him be so good. He mixed his pace really well. He's anywhere from that sort of 90 kilometres an hour to about 103 kilometres an hour. So he changes his pace really well. So can the Sri Lankan batters maintain this intent and that ability to find the boundary against spin? And Australia are blessed to have 2 very good spinners in Agar and Zampa. So this is the period where Sri Lanka really need to make it count. If they can get through the next 3 or 4 overs at a very similar run rate, I think they'll go a long way to winning the game. But if Australians, their spinners can dictate, trouble.
So the boundary's protected. Asalanka on strike, and Agar's got him first ball. He got down on one knee. Asalanka tried to ramp it over the head of the keeper, and Agar crashes into the stumps. And Asalanka goes. And the dangerous Ashton Agar again strikes. Sri Lanka 3 for 54, start of the 7th over.
Well, that's horrible batting. He's moved across. He's shown all stumps trying to paddle that, but he's still on the move. He's not still when he's trying to make contact with the ball, Asalanka, and that's a disappointing dismissal. And, well, Agar seems to have the golden touch. He comes straight into the attack, and it's nearly a gift for him. Again, we talked about momentum, and it just hands the momentum over. It's not the right way to show intent. I think you want to at least give yourself a chance to have a look, play straight down the ground. And what Asalanka has done really well throughout his innings was actually to stand still and hit the ball, and we see him on the move, and he gives away this great start that he's had to have a real impact for Sri Lanka.
It's been an amazing run. You mentioned pre-game, Beamsy, about he hasn't conceded a boundary in 2 games, so he's playing his 3rd game of the series. 1 for 14 in both games.
I reckon there's probably not many spinners around the world that would have that stat.
It's amazing. And then he comes straight on here. Power play done. Sri Lanka with a bit of momentum. 2 for 54. They're now 3 for 54 after 1 delivery. As Janeth, he's on his way in and taking guard, ready to face his first delivery on debut in international cricket. Agar to him. Linagi just plays it back to the bowler in Agar. There's no run.
And this is really good captaincy. He's looked to run at him the first ball, and Finch actually just brings Maxwell up.
Janeth walks at him again and then just plays a little late dab to backward point. Richardson, that's Jai, does the fielding. There's no run.
So you can hear Matthew Wade saying he's going to come down the wicket, he's going to come down the wicket. And just the captaincy of Finch to say, well, let's get Glenn Maxwell. He's only about 3/4 of the way to the boundary now, but he came in probably a metre outside of the ring.
Agar in again to Janeth, who's back and chops down on it. Runs away to backward point again, and Jai's on top of it. Another top ball, so Agar, what a start. Wicket, ...
And mixing his pace every delivery. We're seeing lots of varieties in the pace so far. It makes it hard to read as to using your feet forward.
Janeth's driving, gets it past Agar. Outstretched attempt to field on the follow through, and down to Maxwell at long off for one. And he's off the mark, Janeth.
It just feels like the handbrake gets pulled on really quickly as soon as Agar comes into the attack. And not only does he pick up the wickets, but the dot balls are far more telling. And just that inability to get up and down the wicket to spin when you've had such a great start.
Mendez still out there, the opener, works a ball off leg stump to mid-wicket. Zampa fields. It's the end of the over, so a dot ball, just one off Ashton Agar's first. So 1 over, 1 for 1. And Sri Lanka now 3 for 55 after 7. The target 155 to win. Quick little story of the day. If you've just joined us, the Aussies won the toss, decided to have a hit first. They were in early trouble. A slow start, 2 for 12 after 5 overs. They were 2 for 22 after the power play, but then put on 132 for 4 in the next 16, including 58 off the last 6 overs. Matthew Wade, the top scorer, with 43 not out. Maxwell made 29. Finch missed out again with 8. Meanwhile, the bowling, 2 wickets for Kamara and 2 for Chamira, leading the way for Sri Lanka. The Aussies setting a victory target of 155 in response. Masanka was out for 13. Caught Maxwell, bowled Kane Richardson. Mashara, it's Kamil Mashara on debut, was run out by Sams for 1. And Asalanka moments ago bowled by Agar for 20. And now spin from both ends. Adam Zampa on for his first trundle on off stump, and back and across. Janeth works it backward of square for a single out to Agar. More from Beamsy throughout the night. Dirk Nannis is back with us.
It's been a bizarre bowling effort to start this innings. It's a strange tactic employed by Australia tonight. They did not bowl straight. They bowled really wide outside the off stump, almost inviting the Sri Lankan batsmen to try and play the ball over the offside, which they were obliged, and scored effectively.
Mendez cutting out to the sweeper on the offside. Sams for 1. 3 for 57.
I think what's worked well for the Australian bowlers in this series is how straight they have bowled, and Sri Lanka has shown that unless you're bowling wide to them, it's actually they find the going quite difficult. So it's bizarre tactics.
Mexican wave on. Janeth Linagi, a late cut. That's a nice shot. Got it away past Jai Richardson. And Sams traps it 5 metres inside the boundary. They want to come back for a third, and they're going to get it. Well run as Kushal Mendez calls the debutant through. And Janeth moves to 5 with the triple. 3 for 60, Sri Lanka. Start of the 8th over.
Jai Richardson there almost escorting the ball out to Sams in the deep, who had to do a lot of running to get around for that ball.
Mendez on 20. Zampa to him now. Mendez hits it in the air, but safe. Over the head of the non-striker, down to long on. Maxwell fields and a single taken. 3 for 61.
Completely different gear in this game as soon as the spinners have been on. Power play finished, and
Zampa to Janeth down the track again with the footwork. Pushes through the covers for 1. And Sam sweeping back on the offside, and Matthew Wade happy to commentate a bit of that.
Completely different game. So economical. Ashton Agar has been a superstar throughout this series. Seems unfair almost that we're talking about him being a man to miss out.
Zampa short, and on the back foot it's pulled down the long on by Mendez for a single, so he'll keep the strike. 8 off Zampa's first over. 3 for 63 Sri Lanka after 8. 155 the target. How could you possibly How could you not play Agar the next time they pick a T20 team?
Exactly right. I mean, I guess you sit there and you think, right, well, Stoinis can pick up a bit of the load. Maxwell can pick up a bit of the load. You got Mitch Marsh, more than likely to play. He has to play. To come in, there's a lot of bowling that you can go to, which means you're oversubscribed with bowlers. So who misses out? And then I guess it's a question of whether you need an extra batsman or not, really.
Agar, new over starting, just one off his first. Mendes hits it in the air, but safe over extra cover. We'll get a couple. Mendes to 24, 3 for 65.
If your top six aren't getting the runs, is number 7 going to get them?
Oh. I think that's it. And you always look back on it differently in retrospect. It was obviously the model that won the tournament, but I think we're all thinking going in that this is a break from what's worked in T20 cricket, which is 6 and 5. 5 proper frontline bowlers. As Mendes is pulling in the air, picks the gap through backward square, fine leg racing around and skidding through. McDermott saves the boundary. They get back for 2 again. Mendes to 26.
Yeah, it's always been the recipe that the team with the best bowling lineup tends to get you to the final, and then a breakout performance from a batsman wins it. It just seems to be the model that always seems to replicate itself. 5 fantastic, varied bowlers.
Agar to Mendes, who's cutting late through point for 1. So he's taken 5 off the first 3 balls. Well, even domestically, I mean, it's been the model for the Scorchers, hasn't it? The most successful team in the Big Bash is to defend well and get as many as you can with the stick.
And no one's really been able to replicate that success because they don't have the same cattle as the Perth Scorchers have had in their bowling lineup.
Janeth Linagi is on strike. He's back in the crease and punches through point. He'll get 1. He moves to 7, 3 for 69 in the 9th over. Kushal Mendes opening tonight. He's had a break from the game. It's good to have him back in international cricket. Copped a 12-month ban last year for breaching team bio-bubble protocols in England. He's cutting here out to deep point for 1. So 3 for 70 Sri Lanka, the victory target 155. We're in the 9th over.
Doesn't that seem like a different world to what happens today?
They were caught on camera during a night out in Bristol in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic in the UK. Suspensions were handed down to Dick Weller, Mendes and Gunatilaka. So 3 senior Sri Lankan players. There's Agar on off stump and whipped away by Janeth just wide of mid-wicket. He wants to come back for the second. He's called Mendes through. Chance at the keeper's end. Oh no. He's been run out. Janeth coming back to the keeper's end. Mendes turned and went. And as he was called through, stumble, some hesitation, and Wade whips the bails off as the throw comes in from long on. And completely unnecessarily, Sri Lanka have lost another wicket. They're now 4 down with a second run out. 4 for 71.
Just ball watching. Mendes always wanted to. He was lightning down for the first, and the debutant just standing there, not aware of the situation. These Australian fielders are going to strike at every opportunity in the field as soon as you give them a chance like that.
Check the breaking of the stumps if we can.
Well, surely we're not reviewing this, are we? He's out by half the pitch.
Well, I'm not sure. I think Shanaka's in next, and he's already passed Lanagi on his way out to the middle. So Lanagi sort of stopped and took his helmet off, hoping that he gets some kind of respite on the video.
That pace. Keep it rolling that pace. Ball is in the glove. Ball is comfortably in the glove, and it's breaking the stumps when the ball is in the glove. The ball is contacting
the batsman is barely in the shot on the replay. I think because Wade didn't end up with the ball.
The umpire gave him out live on the ground. How does it then go to a review?
Somehow ended up with a video. 4 for 71, so they get 1 for the first run. Coming back for the second, he's been run out.
Sponsor. Are they obliged to have a certain amount of reviews to put the sponsor on the board?
It's a hot theory. It's a hot theory.
It's all over the TV. It's all over the scoreboard here.
Run out by Kane Richardson.
Is that too sceptical?
I think so. I don't think that company struggled during the last 2 years, to be honest. I think it's been a pretty hot time for hand sanitizers. What's happening in the game? So we're 9 overs down. 9 overs down in the run chase. Sri Lanka need 155 to win. They're 4 for 71. That was completely unnecessary, wasn't it? Janeth Lanagi run out for 8. Mendez wanted 2.
But the umpire gave it out on the ground. And so what set of circumstances exist for a review to happen after the umpire's given it out?
I think maybe someone got in his ear and said, look, Wade didn't end up with the ball. Maybe he didn't control it properly. But it feels retrospective. New over starting. And Stoinis into Mendez, who just tapped it away on the offside. They take a single. Pick up and a throw from Inglis. And the keeper has hit the stumps with a direct hit from side on. And Josh Inglis running around barehanded in the field has lit the stumps up. Shanaka running to the danger end, trying to run him out for a golden duck. Shanaka's through, but what a superb bit of fielding from Josh Inglis.
What if Sri Lanka reviewed the run out?
Maybe.
I'm fixated on this.
There's been some odd stuff tonight. It's the last international of the summer, and I feel like they're just keeping us honest right at the finish. Some of the wide calls or non-calls. He's the captain. Shanaka awaits Stoinis. Nice work. Opens the face of the bat. Runs it down to third man for 1. He's off the mark immediately.
Now, Stoinis opened the bowling tonight and went for 4 runs in his first over and was excellent in that he bowled dead straight at the stumps and had success as a result. Again, coming back to that discussion about Jai Richardson and Sams, who bowled really wide, super wide, as though it was a plan. It makes you wonder why.
Stoinis to Mendez. Nice work again. A late cut down to third for a single, and Jai Richardson patrolling the boundary keeps it to 1. Mendez to 30, Shanaka on 1. What happened to the spinners, by the way? I thought they were just going to roll out their 8 overs. Have decided to mix it up a little bit. Zampa's off from this southern end.
Oh, they keep changing they've been changing the bowlers over the course of the entire series, so it probably stands to reason that they make a change. But when they're going so well, you scratch your head and wonder why.
Stoinis charging in again over the wicket. That's short and balloons well over the head of Shanaka, who's a tall man, by the way. He's 6 foot plus. And there was no problems with that wide call.
No, that's pretty obvious, that one.
Yep. Do you think in the post-game we might get back on the James Faulkner thing at some stage? I feel like we tried to speak about it earlier and there was wickets falling all over the place.
Post-game?
Yep. I think we should do it. Set aside a little 5-minute chat. Best drama in the cricket world today. Stoinis to Shanaka, just defends out to backward point, and Inglis fields. There's no run. For people that haven't caught up on that story, he's left the IPL. He was
PSL.
Sorry, the PSL didn't get picked up in the IPL. He was claiming that his contract wasn't honoured. The PCB hit back strongly and denied those claims, but Faulkner's on the way home. He's also been banned from all subsequent PSL competitions, so I think we can call it a cricketing feud between James Faulkner and the Pakistan Cricket Board. Stoinis in again, bowls to Shanaka, and the Sri Lankan skipper works it off his pads out to deep square leg for 1. Agar off the boundary to do the fielding. 1 to come in the 10th. Sri Lanka 4 for 76. Target 155.
Do you call it a feud when it's not really a feud, is it?
It's a detached.
When one guy throws
distrust.
the toys out of the cot, it's not necessarily a feud. Feud, I reckon, it feels like a feud should be multiple blows.
Okay.
Or swings.
What would you call it? A dispute?
Oh,
beautiful shot. Punched away, cut through, backward point for 4. Just sat up outside off stump. Mendez pinned the ears back and cracked it away, backward a point for a boundary. Mendes to 38. He's trying to get Sri Lanka there to target 155. 4 for 80 Sri Lanka at the halfway mark of the run chase.
That's a shot out of the top drawer of Mahela Jayawardena's wardrobe.
I'll get you to
no width whatsoever, and stunning shot through the offside.
Matt Clinch is coming in to join Dirk Nana. Sri Lanka 4 for 80 after 10.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Corby. So Sri Lanka 4 for 80 in comparison. Australia were 3 for 57, but it's 2 runouts that all of a sudden have Sri Lanka under enormous pressure, and Ashton Agar back into the attack from the members' end here at the MCG. So he bowled well. Surely they're going to squeeze him into that World Cup side somehow.
Somehow, if you're bowling like this, absolutely. I guess there's been a tendency for so long for Australia to pick quicks all the time, particularly in Australian conditions, but when you've got such an effective spinner.
1 for 9 starting his third over. Shanaka drives down the ground to long off to Glenn Maxwell for a single to start the 11th over. He's to 3, 4 for 81.
And sustained excellence. That's probably the big thing, is that sustained excellence should be rewarded. But yeah, what is the makeup of the best 11 players? Particularly, I think it's going to be a game-by-game basis.
Agar comes in, bowls to Mendes, who works back in his crease, just plays it forward a square quickly for the first. Shanaka doesn't want the second. Sams comes racing in from the boundary like a greyhound. That puts fear into the Sri Lankan batters. They decide that the second run isn't worth contemplating. 4 for 82. So since March last year, no bowler with a minimum of 25 overs has a better economy in T20 cricket, 5.59.
Out of anyone.
Out of anyone. Agar around the wicket, bowls to Shanaka, who hits down the ground. Hits this fine down to long on. Kane Richardson races around to do the fielding once more. Mendes is looking for 2. The arm's up from Shanaka. He's not interested, with his back facing his fellow batter.
I guess then at the moment you're sitting there thinking, mind you, still got 8 months till the World Cup. And lots can happen over that period.
Agar in to Kusal Mendes, who's getting a little inside edge off his body. And Matthew Wade races out to do the fielding on the onside. A dot ball, 3 singles to start the over. 4 for 83 in the 11th.
But if the World Cup starts tomorrow...
You want to do this exercise, do you?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's leave it till later.
Agar around the wicket to Mendes off a leading edge as he's looking to play forward. And it's fielded a backward point by Adam Zampa. 2 dot balls after 3 singles to start the over. So you got Warner and Mitch Marsh you have to find a spot for.
Yep.
Josh Hazlewood, Pat Cummins, Mitchell Stark. Agar bowls to Mendes, who plays it down to long on for a single as Kane Richardson comes up from the deep to do the fielding. Another good over from Ashton Agar, just the 4 runs coming off it. Sri Lanka 4 for 84 after 11 overs.
And of those, the only one who you really have not even hesitancy, really. The only one that's worthy of a discussion point is probably Mitchell Stark, but because he has every now and then he goes for runs. But the beauty of bowling attacks in T20 cricket, the best bowling attacks, is variety, and that's what Mitchell Stark brings into the mix. That left arm quick variety. So he's got to find his way into the side. So really, you've changing 5 over. It's a massive change to this Australian lineup.
So far in this series, Josh Hazlewood with 8 wickets. Kane Richardson had 6 before tonight, and Adam Zampa with 5. Zampa into the attack from the Great Southern Stand end, bowls to Kusal Mendes, who rocks back and cuts backward a point for a single. Sams trots around to do the fielding to his left. Mendes to 37, 4 for 85 at the start of the 12th over.
And from an Australian perspective of the sort of the ones who are the maybes, they've had a great run across this series, and it's a brilliant insight.
Adam Zampa with his leggies. Shanika's hitting long and hard down the ground over Glenn Maxwell, 15 rows back. That's a good shot. Over long on for 6. 4 for 91 in the 12th over. Shanika to 10.
Just a beautiful strike, wonderful footwork.
Able to read the flight of Zampa's delivery and pick it up clean as you like.
And you've had a really good look across these 5 games at those maybes, those question marks that you've got around the periphery of the side.
The captain, Dasun Shanika's 10 off 6, looking to try and work this across the line and hit down the ground. It's chopped off by Zampa. Just trying to play it down to Maxwell long on. 4 for 91 in the 12th over. So you've got Mitch Marsh to come back in. I'll ask you about where you'd bat him. You'd assume he's at 3.
Yep.
Zampa comes in. Shanika opens up the blade, just runs it backward a point for a single. Kane Richardson moves around from backward point to cut it off. 4 for 92.
I think your only position is number 5. Does Inglis play? Does Steve Smith play? Do you shove them all up and play Ashnaga? That's pretty much your only option.
And imagine in a bowling-friendly pitch, Zampa comes in, rocking back. Mendes looking to punch it into the offside, but it's cut off by Josh Inglis. You might play an extra bowler, but the nature of T20 cricket is you've got your all-rounders. They can bat and bowl a couple of overs if you need something to break it up a bit.
And that's the beauty of having Marsh, Stoinis, Maxwell.
8 off the over so far. Zampa with a quicker delivery. Mendes once more looking to try and push it into the covers, but Josh Inglis cuts it off. And that's the end of the over. 4 for 92. Sri Lanka after 12 overs. Shanika on 11. Mendes is on 37.
Because you've got 4 genuine bowlers, Zampa, Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark. And then you've only got to get 4 overs out of the other 4. Stoinis, Maxwell, Marsh.
Yep.
Which you're going to get every single time. So you don't really necessarily need the extra bowling depth. Hence why they've put Agar to the top of the order to just see whether he can be a pinch hitter and see whether it'll work for the World Cup.
So Australia's been able to showcase their depth with Josh Inglis, Kane Richardson, Jai Richardson, Ashton Agar, no Warner, no Marsh. So I guess the question sort of starts to be if your best batters are at the top of the order. Finch, Warner, Marsh, Smith. Is Aaron Finch in those best 4 at the moment on form? So far this series, 8, 25, 35 and 2. Can he play in the side if he's not in the opener's position?
No, I don't think so. I think he opens.
Kane Richardson starts a new over from the members' end. Back with length. Shanika pops it up on the offside, just short of Finch. He takes a throw at the non-striker's end because Mendes was backing all the way up the pitch. Thought there might have been, I don't know what he thought there was, to be honest, because it should have been a catch if Finch could have just made up an extra yard or so. Just high off the back and just landed a foot in front of Aaron Finch. He was smart enough to realise Mendes was out of his crease. Just stretching out the hammies as well as he quickly moved there. Aaron Finch at extra cover. Kane Richardson in once more, back of the length. This time Shanika's able to work it off his hip down to fine leg for a single. Moves to 12, 4 for 94.
He's got a good period of time now after this till the next white ball series in Pakistan, probably about 6 weeks away after this, that he can rest up and get the legs right, because he has been battling trying to get through the summer, Aaron Finch, with his legs.
He mentioned he had those injuries off the back of the World Cup. Was able to find a little bit of form in the BBL. Not quite at his absolute best that he was a couple of years ago. Kane Richardson in, back of the length. Kusal Mendes whips onto this. It'll land short of Sam's at deep mid-wicket. Hit that hard and it got to Sam's like a rocket. Just a single as Mendes to 38. 4 for 94 in the 13th over. If Aaron Finch wasn't in the best side,
yep,
who would you have as captain? Got Mitch Marsh, got Pat Cummins, the Test captain, Glenn Maxwell. Kane Richardson back of a length, hit in the air just over the fielder at mid-wicket. As Shanaka hit it in the air, McDermott couldn't get up there, and in the end a rare fumble in the field from Glenn Maxwell allowed them to get back to 2. 4-2, Shanaka to 14, 4 for 96.
I don't know if you go to Mitch Marsh, purely because probably hasn't cemented his spot for long enough to be confident he's a mainstay that's going to be there for multiple years.
Shanaka on 14, awaiting Richardson, works it off his toes and plays it backward of square. He's able to pick up a single as Daniel Sams does the fielding in the deep.
And there would still questions, you think back to the start of last year, or middle of last year. He got that opportunity when the West Indies-Bangladesh tour happened. And grabbed it with both hands and had an amazing run of form. And so rightfully deserves to be one of the first picked in this team.
Sri Lanka 4 for 97. Down the leg side, hit Mendez on the pad as he scampers through for a single. And the end of the over, 4 for 98 with Shanaka on 15, Mendez on 38. Grandstand cricket on ABC Radio, ABC Sport Digital, and via the ABC Listen app. Matt Clinch and Dirk Nannis with you in the final men's one-day T20 International of the summer.
And did you then go to Cummins, who's already the captain of the Test side? It's probably
he seems pretty keen not to have
and
the responsibility of multiple formats.
Then do you go with someone who's captained a lot in Glenn Maxwell in this format?
Matthew Wade's another one who's captain at state level.
I'd put it to either of those two, I would imagine.
Sort of feel like it almost, if the blueprint has been Pat Cummins, someone who's a certainty in the team, picked in the first 2 or 3 players, it's a bit harder in T20 cricket, isn't it?
Maxwell's going to be picked.
He would be the obvious, wouldn't he? You know him reasonably well. Would he handle the responsibility of that, as Ashton Hager's going to start a new over from the Great Southern Stand end?
I think he'd take it in his stride.
Sri Lanka 4 for 98. Kusal Mendez leans forward, looking to try and play it down to long on. Gets it past Aaron Finch, trying to cut it off at mid-wicket for a single. 4 for 99.
Yeah, Aaron Finch doesn't look particularly comfortable running for that ball. He's masking it pretty well, but I think he's a bit sore.
He's mic'd up for the television broadcaster as well, which I'm sure would thrill him when they want to ask at the end of an over as to how the body is feeling. 1 for 14 for Ashton Agar, and his 4th over. Dasun Shanaka is able to drive it down to long off just for a single as Glenn Maxwell does the fielding. That brings up the 100 for Sri Lanka for the loss of 4 wickets, with Shanaka on 16, Kusal Mendez on 39.
Yeah, I don't think Maxwell would be shy in having an impact as a captain on the game.
They go around the wicket, a quicker delivery in which Mendez is able to rock back and pull forward of square leg. Bit of a misfield from Marcus Stoinis, and they're able to come back for a couple. 4 for 102 with Mendez on 41. In the IPL, he's certainly in the top 10 picked, isn't he?
Yep, absolutely.
$2 million player.
Doesn't necessarily mean you can captain.
No, but in terms of your value to a team.
Yeah, for sure.
Agar comes in to Mendez, who's just opening up the blade and driving just forward a point. Wide of Adam Zampa for a single. 4 for 103. Mendez to 42. And I think importantly can bat anywhere really from 3 all the way down the order. Depending on the circumstances, can bring himself up the order if the opportunity requires. Agar into Shanaka. He's looking to push it into the offside quickly for a single. Zampa races around to do the fielding.
The biggest question though is, do the team perform under your guidance? Yeah, that's what it's all about. It's got nothing to do with how you play yourself.
Agar, a quicker delivery to Shanaka. He's able to drive it straight down past the bowler alongside the corner of the pitch for a single. Shanaka to 17, 4 for 104. So 6 coming from that over for Ashton Agar. with Sri Lanka 4 for 104. In comparison, Australia were 5 for 88. So Sri Lanka are well and truly in control of that. But Australia were able to finish with such a flurry with 58 off the last 6 overs. Kusal Mendis on 42. Dasun Shanaka is on 17. Dirk Nannes makes way and Kristen Beams comes back in. Beamsy, welcome.
Clinchy, good to be with you. And, well, it's a pretty critical time, isn't it?
Yeah, the run rate required is just pushing up to 8.5. 51 needed from 36 deliveries. It's getting time to go.
Yeah, you look up at the scoreboard and I would think in most T20 games, you'd be very comfortable chasing 8.5 and over. I think we can only go by what we've seen so far in this series to suggest that maybe it won't be as straightforward as, well, we've got some wickets in hand. And I do just think that at the moment the run rate has slipped under what is required. And I think for them, it's just trying to change the momentum a little bit, try and get on top of this run rate over the next 2 or 3 overs.
Adam Zampa into the attack from the members end, bowls to Dasun Shanaka, who comes forward and just pushes it into the covers. Inglis does the fielding. Third over, Zampa none for 16 so far. I feel like these two have been able to build a partnership over the last 4 or 5 overs. Do they go after Zampa or do they wait? Zampa comes in. Shanaka is able to use his wrist to play just forward at mid-wicket for a single. Sams comes racing in from the deep. Shanaka to 18, 4 for 105 in the 15th over.
It does feel like a test of bravery here. Aaron Finch is saying, look, if you want to move the game forward, you're going to have to do it against our #1 spinner here when the straight fielders are protecting the boundary. Or are you prepared to knock it around and let that run rate continue to drive up?
Long off and long on a back, deep mid-wicket. As it's hit in the air towards Ashenagar. It's short of him at long off, and they're able to pick up a couple. As Mendez is looking to drive down the ground. Not quite timed all that well, but 44 from 41 deliveries. He's providing a crucial contribution at the top of the order.
I don't mind the thinking. The straights are back and he's thinking, well, can I go inside out over cover? Does it allow me to continue to play straight rather than trying to think going across the line to Adam Zampa? And I think that's not a bad way to think about playing him.
Mendez looking to hit hard through mid-wicket. This is nicely timed. It's going to take some catching and Sams can't get there. He's able to take a stride forward and turn it into a full toss from Zampa. Hit with such force and a crucial boundary that takes Kusal Mendis to 48. Sri Lanka 4 for 111 in the 15th over.
He's hit that hard. And to split that gap, it was a low full toss, but he's nearly sweeping a low full toss. And it feels like if Sams can't drag it in on the boundary, it was always going to be 4. His fielding's been outstanding.
48 from 42 deliveries, including 3 4s and a 6 for Kusal Mendis. Rocks back and cuts through point. Takes off quickly for the first, wants to come back for a second, and he'll comfortably get it. As Marcus Stoinis does the fielding in the deep. That's 50 for Kusal Mendis from 43 deliveries. Sri Lanka 4 for 113, needing 42 for victory from 31 deliveries.
That's such an important innings in the context of the game. We spoke a lot about Australia with the batters getting starts but not able to go through and having that player who can bat the majority of the innings, and Sri Lanka have had that, and therefore it puts them in a really good position to win this game.
So Mendez with his 6th half-century in international cricket, in T20 cricket. Final ball of the over from Zampa, and Mendez is able to work it through mid-wicket for a single to move to 51. Sri Lanka 4 for 114. Kristen Beams is with you on Grandstand Cricket, and to call you to the close, Corbin Middlemass.
Grandstand International Cricket, Australia versus Sri Lanka. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital Radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thanks, Clinchy. The ground looks superb. We've got a beautiful finish in prospect. 155 the target. Sri Lanka 4 for 114 with Mendez on 51 and the captain Shanaka on 18. There's 5 overs to go. Beautiful skyline as well, just an orange orangey purple sort of skyline with the floodlights starting to take over.
Yeah, we had grey skies when this game started, but it's picturesque at the moment.
Absolutely. What are we, just past 8 o'clock, 8:15 local time.
Crowd have found their voice.
Majority of them supporting Sri Lanka. There's plenty of blue in the crowd. And Sri Lankan flags waving. I notice the Sri Lankan fans generally tend to sit side on as well. They're sort of both at sort of deep cover and square leg on either side. As Mendez works the ball off his hip through mid-wicket for one as Jai Richardson starts a new over. 4 for 115. So 40 needed off 29. Who wins from here, Beamsy?
Well, I think when you look at the scoreboard, you say, well, Sri Lanka should win this. I think if they lose it from here, they've played poorly. I think as well as Australia can bowl in these back 5 overs, you shouldn't really be able to defend. But it's going to be all about trying to keep a hold of this momentum.
Jai Richardson hustles in from the southern end, outside off, and Shanaka just stands tall and pushes it into the gully. There's no run. And Inglis does the fielding.
It does just feel like if you get that boundary, it becomes so much easier to then find the pockets for 2. Whereas when there's dot balls and you're only getting singles, it feels like the boundary is a long way away. So the previous over against Zampa, I think, was a good example of just trying to get that boundary, and then 2s, 1s, it becomes a big over very quickly and low risk.
Shanaka awaits Jai, who bowls outside off. Shanaka just whips it away to mid-wicket, and they take a single. Stoinis in to get it. Nice little drop and run just to turn the strike over, and Mendez, who's unbeaten on 52, now back on strike. Shanaka to 19. Sri Lanka 4 for 116.
And he selfishly has to face the majority of the balls here, and what you don't want to do is leave yourself too much to do at the back end. And so for him to just say, you know, I'm going to take the responsibility, batter at the non-strikers, and you can work your way into your innings, but let me take responsibility for what needs to happen here.
4 on the leg side. They're all back protecting the boundary. Mendez on strike. It's short. He thought about trying to hook it. Just poked at the ball, and a wide signalled from square leg. So a bonus for Sri Lanka. Gee, the ball was very close to the batter, Mendez, as it passed through to Wade, who took it shoulder height.
Did that end up being a wide? It did it? Yep. It actually looked pretty tight, but...
Change in the field as well. Finch is going to drop back straight. So mid-off from inside the circle back to long off. Fine legs up. Still a 5-4 field, but 3 back now on the leg side. Richardson, slower ball outside off, and Mendez digs it out down the ground to Finch for 1. At long off.
Pace off the ball there from Richardson. We've seen him do that a lot. And I think that's going to be pretty key here to force both of these batters to actually really go after some slower bowling and just continue to mix it up. You know that Aaron Finch is going to make lots of different fielding changes and just mix up that side of things.
Jai Richardson bustles in again, bowls over the wicket to Shanaka, who whips it down to long on. Took a bit of pace off the ball, wanted 2. Mendez says, wait there. Running to the non-striker's end and trying to test the arm of Glenn Maxwell. Never a good idea, so just the single. And Shanaka moves to 20. 53 for Mendez, 4 for 119. Sri Lanka in the 16th over.
That lesson was well and truly learned on Friday night, so I don't think we'll see them take on a Glenn Maxwell. But I think definitely to the square boundaries, even with good fielders, it's so deep out there, they can definitely run on the arm.
Here comes Jai on his wane again. A slower ball to Mendez, who drives all the way along the ground. Classic off drive. Down to McDermott, back on the rope for 1. So Mendez is 54. He opened the batting tonight, served a year-long ban. Or at least he was given a year-long ban. It was cut short by Sri Lankan cricket. I think it got a good behaviour bond and got let out early.
I wonder how that works. Do you have to appeal for that, or do we just need you to play? So we've changed our mind.
Not sure. Along with Gunatilaka and Dick Weller, so the 3 of them were on a night out in Bristol during the COVID locked down, and so as a result, they were meant to be in a biosecure bubble. They got slapped with a 1-year ban. I know it's a significant breach, but it's also a significant punishment for a cricketer in their prime, as Australian cricket fans know all too well, for year-long bans for players. He's back now, still 27 years of age. He needed to lead this team tonight in the absence of a couple of their senior players. Chandimal and Gunatelika both missing tonight. 4 for 120 Sri Lanka. They need 35 off the next 4 overs to win. Adam Zampa bowling his last, and Mendez drives down to long off for a single.
It does feel like this is the important over for Australia. If they can get a breakthrough here and take a wicket, I feel like they can just pull the handbrake on a little bit on Sri Lanka here. But then alternatively for Sri Lanka, they think if they can have a really good over here, they should be able to cruise to victory. So it becomes quite an important over in the context of this game. And how brave will Adam Zampa be to toss it up?
That's really well set up against Adam Zampa. Arguably the best spinner in the game at the moment. Shanaka crunches it hard, straight back down the ground. Diving effort, Agar saves 4. Working around from long off, whacks it back to Maxwell. They get back for 2, but that looked like a boundary off the bat. Shanaka to 22, Sri Lanka 4 for 123.
Gee, that's a good save from Agar. He was hit so crisp, and you expect those deliveries to, it's nearly, I guess, at the same angle of the sight screen. He's hit it so straight. Save 2.
Zampa, quicker ball down the track, thick edge, Shanaka put down. Diving effort, Jai Richardson running forward at short third, and as the ball was dying on him, he was leaping forward, got a hand on it, couldn't take it, and Shanaka gets through for 1.
Yeah, he's just sort of gone to the side of that. It's not sort of the Superman dive forward. Just on a slight angle there. Hard to read. It's come off the outside edge. How much of it's carried or whether it's a tight one.
31 off 21 the equation. Mendez on strike, just pushes back down the ground for 1. With the fielders back on the rope, Agar comes up to meet it. 30 off 20.
I do love the keeper input. You do feel like the keepers play an important role in trying to build pressure. There's always that chatter happening, and if nothing else is a batter, you find it annoying.
The towel just fell out from one of the players, so Agar's going to collect that. Tucked it into his trousers. Here's Zampa. Quicker ball again down the track. Shanaka works it backward of square. Down to short fine leg, and Kane Richardson does the fielding. Another single. So this helps Sri Lanka. They need 29 off 19.
Yeah, the fact they've been able to score off every ball has been really important, and whilst they'd love a boundary, at least if they're keeping the score moving rather than dot balls, they'll feel like that this is still well in hand.
The 2 dangerous spinners for the Aussies are just about out. Agar's bowled his 4. Last ball from Zampa. Mendez drives down to long on for a single. So they get out of the over with 7 from it. There's 3 overs to come. Sri Lanka 4 for 127. They need 28 off the next 3. Shanaka, the captain, on 24. Mendez is on 57. The final game of the best of 5 T20 series and the last game of the Australian International Summer of Cricket, which started way back in September during grand final week in the AFL and comes to a close tonight at the Melbourne Cricket Ground at the end of February.
What Sri Lanka can't do in this situation is dig themselves a hole. The run rate required goes up to 9.3, and you know what, they need to have some conversations about what's acceptable to chase in that last over. But what they don't want to do is get through these overs. It was very low risk against Adam Zampa. I understand why they might play low risk, but now with Kane Richardson coming into the attack, I think they need to look at, well, hang on, where are we finding a boundary? Can we find a boundary early on in this over? Take the pressure off us in the back end and put more pressure on Kane Richardson to execute. Because if they can get one big over here, it'll make it a whole lot easier.
Kane Richardson over the wicket to Mendez, trying to ramp him over. Short fine with the field up. Behind the wicket, he plays and misses, and a dot ball. 28 needed off 17.
and the pressure grows. You look at this field, and the batter's got pretty good information about what's going to be bowled, is that they're more likely than not going to be slower balls with both a third and fine inside on the ring. So that's actually a tough shot to execute against slower bowling. Prefer to see him stand still and try and hit to the areas that he's got strengths.
They're back straight and square. Richardson down the leg side. That'll be a wide. And Mendes feels like he's missed out on one. Just outside leg stump with the field up. He'll get just the one for it. And Richardson will have to re-bowl it. 27 off 17.
Yeah, I think both parties disappointed with that one. You want to get something on that. It's probably going to fly away to the boundary. There's a big gap to the backward square leg with the fine leg inside of the circle. And as the bowler, the last thing you want to do at the back end is bowl a wide.
Kane Richardson in again. Mendes shifts across, lifts it over Zampa at short fine. One bounce away for 4. Mendes finds the boundary. And Sri Lanka well and truly live here. They need just 23 off 16 rocks.
He's done well to execute that. He's got a long way across to the offside to make sure he could get some bat on that and actually generate a little bit of power off the bat. When there's a pace on the ball, that becomes easy to deflect, but he's actually had to hit that. And it's a win to the batter. The field is now changing and fine leg goes back. So they're the little cat and mouse in a T20 game. Is now he can say, well, you know what, I'm on top. I've been able to find a boundary in this over. Now how can we maximise?
4 on the leg side, all back, mid-off up. Kane Richardson to Mendes. Cross-batted swat, down to long on. It doesn't quite get to the fielder. And coming in off the right, Maxwell collects it. Mendes takes a single. So Kushal Mendes to 62, Shanaka 24. 15 balls to go in the run chase. Sri Lanka still need 22.
And I think for Shanaka as well is he's got to look to find the boundary here. And you look, it's still only, the run rate required is still only 8.8. But how can they get themselves in front here? And they're already one boundary off the over. Can he find a boundary to take the pressure off Mendes?
5-4 field, same for Shanaka, shifting around at the crease, swings at a short ball, plays and misses. The umpire at square leg says that's the one short one for the over, so no wide. Just 14 balls left. Sri Lanka still need 22.
And because we're at the back end, the run rate jumps so quickly. It was 8.8 before that ball, and then it goes to 9.4. And so you're looking up as the batter all the time and going, oh, wow, I'm under more and more pressure here. So a dot ball is so costly at this stage of the game.
Again, they're changing this field on the diagonal. So Adam Zampa is now sort of halfway in the circle, halfway back to the rope, trying to work out whether they want him up at fine leg or back. And it would mean either mid-off would stay inside the ring or go back to long off. The field will stay the same. Zampa back on the rope at fine leg. 4 back on the leg side. Field up on the offside. Kane Richardson in again to Shanaka. He hits it hard down to Maxwell. Gets there on the hop. And just a single for Shanaka. 21 needed off 13 balls. Shanaka's 25. Kushal Mendes on 62.
And again, more conversation. And it's looking like even on the scoreboard in terms of the over rate. They'll be conscious of that. They don't want to get into a situation where they're into that last over with one additional fielder needing to be inside of the ring to be penalised. But they still want the chance to take their time on nearly every ball to make sure they've got this field right and that there's clarity on the plan.
Here comes Kane Richardson. Away to Mendes. Late cut. Picks out the fielder. Jai Richardson at short third. Fields and just a single off the last ball, so Mendes keeps the strike. 20 needed off the last 2. Sri Lanka 4 for 135. The target 155. Kushal Mendes on 63. Shanaka on 25. Corbin Middlemass and Kristen Beams on Grandstand Cricket. We have 2 overs to go in the international summer.
Well, I reckon for Mendes, he's probably looking at that last delivery. Got a little bit of width outside of the off stump and he's placed it straight to the fielder that's on the ring there. Had that got through to the boundary, I think it would have been a really good over. So time and time again we see Sri Lanka just missing out. It's just those little things, those little 1%ers that can make such a big difference in the context of the game. But this is the over now.
Yeah.
20 runs, 12 balls. I don't think they want to leave themselves 10 to chase, so they need to be looking to target the boundary. And again, we see them just put themselves in a little bit of a hole here. They were walking to the total, needing only, well, at one stage it was only 7.5 and over. And then you look up and now it's 10s. They cannot afford any dot balls now.
Speed on Jai Richardson from the members' end. We saw him come on from this end on Friday night and started with a Yorker full and straight and knocked over a batsman first up. What's he got here for Kushal Mendis? Well set. Jai fallen slow outside the off stump. A play and a miss, and Shanaka's halfway down the track. He's sent back with Mendis down on one knee after the play and miss. 20 off 11.
Taking all the pace off that, Jai Richardson, and the batter didn't guess correctly, and sometimes at the back end it is about trying to guess correctly, and misses out there. You can expect there's going to be pace off the ball again.
Third man, fine leg up inside the circle. Kushal Mendis awaits Jai Richardson. It's full outside off. They play and miss. Wade picks up, tries to throw at the stumps, misses as the batters scamper through for a bye. 19 off 10. The equation for Sri Lanka.
Need a boundary. I think at this stage of the game you really want to look at, well, where are my best scoring options? There's no doubt that hitting straight down the ground is advantageous here at the MCG, but you got to be thinking, well, based on this field, what am I likely to get? Pace off the ball most likely. Where can I score?
Shanaka on strike. Jai to him now. Shanaka tries to sweep, picks out Kane Richardson, picks up, throws, misses. Keeper's end. Mendis through, but it's just one. So 18 needed now off 9.
And that's the danger, isn't it? You face dot balls, it becomes more and more challenging, and it feels like you're starting to throw the kitchen sink at every ball rather than having just that calm where you're saying to yourself, right, where are my best options? How can we stay really calm? Trying to stay still and then hit through the line of the ball as best you can.
How's the over kilometres per hour as well for Jai Richardson, who is slippery? This over, 99 Ks, 114 Ks, 104 Ks. Slow ball, slow ball, slow ball. Call it sort of very even speeds as Jai Richardson fallen wide outside. Off a wide has been signalled. They scamper through and they're going to get a couple of wides for it. It was outside the marked area and the umpire says they'll go in the book as wides. So take 2 off the total. 16 off 9 still.
And disappointing effort from Jai Richardson there. He was on his way back to the stumps. It's always difficult for the quickies to get back to the stumps, but the batter was out by such a long way that he could have actually taken it and run onto the stumps there. And if he'd have broken the stumps, the batter would have been well out in that situation.
They're up behind the wicket. Jai Richardson rumbles in again. Outside off. Shanaka cracks it hard. Down to long off. Finch Fields, just the one. 15 off 8. Sri Lanka need. 4 for 140. Mendis on 63. Shanaka on 27.
And they've battled to find this boundary. At times during this innings, we've seen some big sixes. We've seen some really good boundary hitting. But at the time when they need it the most, it's just eluded them. And it's nearly like they're trying too hard to find that boundary. And they're getting so many really good off-pace deliveries from Jai Richardson. And that's why he's in the team. He has that ability to take the pace off as well as bowling really good pace.
Fine leg and third man still up inside the ring. Mendis on strike, shifts across, takes it on the full, hits it over deep backward square and away to the boundary. It'll be 4 for Mendis. And a critical boundary in the context of the game. With a ball still to come in the penultimate over. Sri Lanka need just 11 from here. Mendis finds the rope. He's 67 not out.
Oh, he's guessed correctly there. He's gone all the way to the offside. Shown his stumps, he's wanted to paddle that, and he's ended up getting a low full toss from Jai Richardson. The perfect ball to just get over the head of the short fine, and not only does it go over the head, it nearly travels all the way for 6. That's really good batting.
Richardson, can he get out of the over? 11 needed off 7. Mendis on strike, goes with the square drive. Protection back, but it's a long boundary. Agar collects, and Mendis is back for 2. And he just hobbles through like he's cramping up. Kushal Mendis, he's 69 not out. And he'll be at the non-striker's end to start the final over. Sri Lanka 4 for 146. Trying to avoid a winless tour. Sri Lanka need 9 off the final over. Shanaka's well set on 27. Mendes is on 69. And Australia have never swept a best-of-5 T20 series. They have to defend 9 here in this final over. If Sri Lanka get to 8, it'll push a super over for the second time in the series. And they need to get them for 7 or less, the Aussies, if they are to win at the earliest possible opportunity.
Well, we said they didn't want to leave themselves 10. They haven't. They've left themselves 9 to get. And you expect to win when you're looking for 9 off the final over. Especially if you can find that one boundary at this early on in the over. It should be an easy total and put pressure on Australia to bring the fielders in off the boundary.
Kane Richardson to bowl the last. They're back on the leg side. Shanaka has a wild swing, plays and misses. Mendes flirting with the idea of the bye. He's sent back. And a dot ball to start the final over from Kane Richardson. Sri Lanka need 9 to win, 8 for the super over.
That is the worst possible result, a dot ball. And again, throwing the kitchen sink at it, that big swing. Still only 9 off the over, so if that had been a 1 or a 2, all of a sudden the over's moving in. But in this situation, a dot ball to start puts all the pressure on these 2 batters now.
$17,500 in to see it. They've been treated to a grandstand finish. Kane Richardson over the wicket to the Sri Lankan skipper. Shanaka hits it in the air, out on the leg side. Couple of men back, it bisects them both. Stoinis tosses it to Agar and has it in on relay. They'll get 2 for it, but a lofted ball back on the leg side. And Shanaka cranks it in the end for 2. 7 needed off 4.
Wow, that's what they needed to do. At least it's moving now. You'll still be looking for a boundary here, but you're going to ask more questions. The 7 off 4 deliveries you expect to win. We've said that. And now more conversation between Aaron Finch and Kane Richardson to make sure that they get this field right.
7 off 4. They're allowed 5 out in the deep. There's 4 back on the leg side. Long on. Mid-wicket, square leg and fine leg all back. There's a sweeper at deep cover. And then inside the ring, we have mid-off, extra cover, backward point, short third. 7 needed off 4 for Sri Lanka. Kane Richardson rumbles in. Short outside off. That has been cranked away. That is a rocket. It's gone for 6 over square leg. Shanaka's put it out of the ground. And Sri Lanka cannot lose from here.
What a shot. That is the long boundary out to the leg side. And he's got every piece of that to put it over the fence. And Caden Richardson, it wasn't the worst delivery. It's a fairly well-directed short ball. But geez, hit that a long way.
That has gone a mile out of the meat of the bat. 2 back on the leg side, and they never looked a chance to catch it. Over the fence to the longest boundary to lock it up at 154 apiece. Field all in around the bat. They're not even on the 30-yard circle. They're about 10 metres off the bat. Richardson needs 3 dot balls to push a super over. Shanaka's bowled. Kane Richardson crashes into the stumps. Scores a level and Sri Lanka lose their 5th. They need 1 to win off 2 balls. Shanaka bowled for 35, but not before. Perhaps the longest 6 we've seen of the summer.
It seems like a unique shot choice to me. Yes, you're in a great position to try and paddle that delivery. I know the field is up. You're looking for the boundary, but it felt like he'd done all the really good work to ensure that he hits the winning runs. The skipper, fortunately, gives up his wicket here. And for Australia, can they find 2 more dot balls?
Is this game over?
I think so.
Oh.
It should be.
2 balls left. They need just 1 to win, Sri Lanka. That was a hell of a strike. The shot from Shanaka. So Kane Richardson dug one in short outside the off stump. And Shanaka has gone with the cross-batted swat. And has put it not only over the rope, but over the fence at the punt road end of the ground. And it went about 15 overs back as well. And There's
Kane
a bit of
Richardson's going off.
There's a bit of late drama here as well as the physios come out to meet Kane Richardson.
I think he's done a hammy.
Who's just taken the wicket of Shanaka and is now limping off, holding his left hamstring. Maybe there's a twist in this yet, Beamsy. Daniel Sams will take the ball with 2 balls to bowl. Sri Lanka need 1 to win. If the Aussies get a couple of dot balls, we're headed to a super over.
Yeah, it just seemed like a couple of times in that over, he just felt for it. And it didn't seem like it was much.
He probably felt for it after Shanaka put the ball over mid-wicket.
I would too.
Ooh.
Well, for Sams, you can become a hero here really quickly.
Scores are level. 154 apiece. 2 balls to come. Sri Lanka need 1 to win. Karunaratne, the new bat. He cranks one from Sams out on the leg side. It won't go for 4. They need to complete the run. Karunaratne's celebrating. He jogs through, crosses the line at the non-striker's end, and Sri Lanka win by 5 wickets with a ball to spare. And they deny Australia an undefeated summer on the final day of the international calendar. For the home summer, Australia go down to Sri Lanka by 5 wickets. And the tourists avoid a series sweep. They win the 5th T20 International by 5 wickets. 4-1, the series goes the way of Australia. What a performance by the tourists. Kushal Mendes, 69 not out. And Chamika Karunaratne hit the winning runs. The field was all up inside the ring. He swatted it away on the leg side. It didn't go for 4. And he was celebrating. And Kushal Mendes says, mate, you need to get down the other end to complete this single. He finishes 1 not out. Sri Lanka 5 for 155. They get there with a ball to spare. Well, that was a bit of fun, Beamsy.
It was, and what a great hand by Mendes. I think we spoke about it with Australia. So many starts, not able to get a really big innings, and therefore that bigger partnership to get that total where they wanted it to. But for Sri Lanka, their intent right from ball 1 in their batting innings, they showed really good intent. They rode their luck. There was a few balls flying off the outside edge, but it gave them really good intent, and it meant that by the end of the power play, Sri Lanka were well in front of where Australia were at the same time. And I think they were able to take that really good start. And at times they wavered, they went in and out of having the momentum and went into some periods where Australia were on top in the bowling effort. But with Mendes batting all the way through to the very end, you know, that was a hand that actually won them this game. And I love that Karunaratne comes out, plays one shot, takes his lid off, runs around like he's won the game. Like, it's just an interesting thing. And then being told you've just got to make sure you finish the run there before you celebrate. But it means a lot to them. And it's probably fitting that they've been able to get a win, because it's been a pretty tough series for them. But it's sort of the curse of the dead rubber in a series, is it not? It seems like so many times it ends up not being able to get the whitewash.
Remember, we started the evening talking about the Sri Lankan team, and there was a few guys where we thought, gee, we need to do a little bit of a Google search here. There was a guy playing his 2nd game in Jaiwik Rama. There were 2 guys on debut in Kamil Mishra and also Janeth Liangai. So they had a few fresh faces. There are a number of guys unavailable to them. Both sort of didn't make the trip. So Dick Weller's obviously one of them. Rajapaksa, who has an IPL contract, not here for Sri Lanka. And then Fernando's in isolation with COVID. Hasaranga is out with COVID. Fernando, same issue, unavailable to them. Nawan Tharasha, who we saw earlier in the series, he's unavailable with a side strain. So they didn't have too many left to pick from. They left out some experienced heads in Gunatilaka and Chandimal. And yet with a very inexperienced team, they've beaten the Australians, the world champions, on their home patch by 5 wickets with a ball to spare. Kane Richardson with a hamstring in the final over. There's a few little talking points to pull apart. Corbin Middlemass and Kristen Beams. Matt Clinch downstairs in just a moment with some reaction from the Aussie camp, and Dirk Nannes back with us in the box. Sum that up for us, Dirk.
Well, it was an unusual day of cricket. I thought Australia, with their bowling effort, I thought early on they had their tactics a bit awry. Whether it was a error in execution or whether it was tactical, just the way they didn't target the stumps, and targeting the stumps has worked so effectively for them throughout this series, and the quicks went away from that, and that was unusual. But then late in the piece, Shanaka At one stage I think he was 26 off 26, and it almost seemed like he was going to play a match-losing knock until that 1-6 that must be 110, 120 metres where he put that ball. That was a decent short ball from Kane Richardson that he planted miles back over the square fence. And don't forget, it hasn't just gone over the fence. It might be 5 rows back, but we are playing on almost the very far pitch from that boundary on the MCG. So that is just a monster strike. Yeah, but it just seemed like Sri Lanka were going to lose wickets at the end, and it didn't happen. And that was a testament to their courage at the end.
You cannot overstate that 6. 2 men back on the leg side, and they never looked like they were in play. As soon as it came off the bat, you thought, this is out of the ground. This is over the fence. That is massive. It is just a tape measure 6, what he was able to pull off there. And it's such a moment, too. That final over, needed 7 to win, and he's got one short and has absolutely drilled it out of the ground.
Probably from a bowling perspective, though, when it's late in the innings like that, the higher the bouncer is, the greater the chance of being a top edge going over the wicketkeeper's head. So it's almost, when you're playing on a big ground like this, you almost don't want to bowl it high enough that the batsman can get under it and hit it for 6. You almost want to bowl it what would, in other periods of the game, almost be a bad ball, almost chest height or a little higher than chest height, because it's harder for the batsman to actually hit out of the ground. So he's, yes, you normally ask the bowler to put the ball high in their bouncer, but if you're super critical and you really analyse what happens at the death overs of a game, it might have been a fraction too aggressive in the bounce.
Kane Richardson, 3.4 overs, 2 for 28. Agar, 4 overs, 1 for 19. Quick little summary of the day. Australia winning the toss and deciding to bat first. They started slow. They were 2 for 12 in the 5th over when both openers were out. Finch out for 8. McDermott for 3. This innings really never got going until the final 6 overs when the Aussies put on 58 off the last 6 to finish with a rush. They managed to scratch and claw their way to 154. Wade top scoring with 43. The next best was Maxwell with 29. The wicket takers for Sri Lanka, well, Kumar and Chamira led the way, both with 2 each. So 155 was the target. Nasanka was the first man out for 13, and then when Kamal Mishra on debut went for 1, Sri Lanka were in sort of early trouble as well at 2 for 24, but Asalanka and Mendez really moved things along, so they were 2 for 54 after the power play and ahead in the game. Asalanka went the first ball after the power play, bowled by Agar for 20. There were 2 run-outs. Janeth on debut was run out by Kane Richardson for 8, and earlier Mishra also on debut was run out by Sand. So the 2 debutants both run out. And then Shanaka, the captain, and Mendez really got Sri Lanka home. They looked like the required rate was getting away from them. And then that mammoth 6 in the final over from Shanaka. He was out a ball later for 35. They needed 1 to win at that point. Karuna Ratner brought that up off the second last delivery before the compulsory close. He was 1 not out. And Kushal Mendez, his 6th half century in T20 cricket, he was 69 not out in the finish. So they win with a ball to spare by 5 wickets. Sri Lanka. The series 4-1. In the best of 5 series, the Aussies have never won a best of 5 series in a clean sweep, and that continues. They've now won 10 of their past 12 T20 internationals, while for Sri Lanka, it snaps an 8-game losing skid on home soil. The overall series, I guess the key takeaways, Beamsy, particularly from the local perspective, what will the Aussies get out of it, do you think? The questions, I guess, that have been answered, and maybe some of the answers that have been questioned.
Yeah, well, Aaron Finch alluded to getting information. He's got a lot of information. So you'd think that this far out from a T20 tournament starting, it's a good time to play around with these things. I don't think we'll see them do that into the future now. I think every T20 game they play in the lead up from now, they'll probably get closer to their starting 11. So it is a chance for them to play around. And the guys that have been in and around on the fringes have done a really, really good job. And they've I guess, really staked a case for what role they could play. I still think the big question is how you manage the big players as such who are playing Test cricket as well as playing T20, as well as your T20 specialists. And I don't think we've answered the question on how that might unfold in the World Cup. But I think you look at it from the perspective of seeing these guys play, and it's been very good.
Matt Clinch is downstairs for us. What have you got, Clinchy?
Very much, Corbin. Well, Ashton Ager's been good enough to come and join us on ABC Sport. Ashton, it's probably not a bad dress rehearsal going right down to the dying stages, but you would love to have pulled it off there at the end. Talk us through it.
Oh, it's always nice to win. It's a shame we didn't win that one, but good to really convincingly win that series. Everyone played really nicely. A few good team performances. Going away to Pakistan with some wins under the belt is always helpful.
What was going through your mind as Kusal Mendez and Dasun Shanaka were batting so well, and Kane Richardson had to leave the field right there at the end?
It's a strange feeling, actually. You can hear the crowd. You look around. There's so much space around you at the MCG. It's a real event out here. But to be honest, the only things that go through your head are like, I better take the catch. I'll try and stop the two, and when you get the chance to bowl, I'll try and put some pressure on them.
Did you feel like you had enough with 154? Obviously, you were able to make some good runs at the back end, 58 from the last 6 overs, but weren't quite able to fire in the power play like you had previously.
Yeah, looking back through the series, I thought we had enough tonight. They played a little bit differently. They probably came out swinging a little bit harder today, played a few more shots early, tried to put the pressure on us in the power play, and I guess we just didn't do as much damage as we have in previous games. But credit to them, they'll be stoked with that. It was a really good contest to finish with.
And another different role for you tonight, coming in down the order. How have you found your experience batting at the top?
Really good. I guess it's kind of where you want to be as a cricketer, getting the chance to open or being backed in to try and ice off an innings. It's a good place to be, being able to be used kind of here, there and everywhere. It's how I've always wanted to play the game. And I love the experience. Opening the batting on the MCG was cool, and it's given me plenty to think about going forwards.
And from a bowling point of view, what was the main focus for you? We know you've had such a great record in T20 format, but trying to get that opportunity in this Australian side.
Yeah, it's been tough, all you can do is try and do as well as you can, and I feel like I've had a really good 3 games with the ball. All I was thinking is, hit that really tough length so they can't bang me back over my head. I guess we call them step hits. Don't bowl them any step hits. Mix up my pace really well and try and really spin my off spinner, because I was getting a bit of purchase, I guess, in Monaco and here.
And in terms of this MCG crowd, a big Sri Lankan presence. What was it like almost playing a home game? It feels like an away game.
No, it's great. We're so lucky that there's such a wonderful Sri Lankan community in Melbourne. They made this crowd. They have such a good time. They're dancing, they're playing drums. They love their team. And I've got a Sri Lankan mother as well, so, I like seeing this too. It's cool.
Do you feel like Australia's been able to showcase their depth in this 5 T20 series? Obviously a great World Cup win. You've got the quick turnaround to October, and now you know a bit about what you've got behind the starting 11.
100%. There's so many good players. We've got such a deep squad. A lot of guys had extremely good big bashes have come in here and played just as well. So, guys like Benny McDermott, Jai Richardson, Josh Inglis, all going so well. So a wonderful future, hopefully, for Australian T20 cricket.
Ashton, thanks for popping over for a chat.
Cool, cheers, mate.
Ashton Ager, Corby joining us on ABC Sport.
Thanks, Clenchy. So great to hear from Ashton Ager, and tremendous figures again tonight. So 4 overs, 1 for 19. As you touched on, Beamsy, 4 overs, 1 for 14 in his first 2 games of the series. Hadn't been hit for a boundary in his first 2 starts, and then 1 for 19 tonight. He's going to be hard to leave out. Dirk Nannes talked about the questions going forward. Kerry O'Keefe refers to the batsmen as hunters and collectors. What essentially he means by that is, your collectors are like your accumulators that turn the strike over and nudge it around, and your hunters are like the explosive batters that go from ball 1. And it feels like with the Australian batting lineup, that's going to be an interesting question heading towards the World T20. How many collectors can you have, and how many hunters can you have in one batting lineup?
I think T20 cricket in Australia probably lends itself more to the hunter rather than the collector. And Australia has a lot of riches in terms of the hunter at the moment. There's, you look down the order of starters there. Marsh, Maxwell, Stoinis. Who gets that number 5 position, and how do they adjust the order? Finch at the moment used to be a hunter, but now he's probably a bit more of a collector, and that's, who knows what his form's going to be when it comes back time around for him again.
Let's dip in and have a listen to Aaron Finch at the Prezos.
Stuff with the ball as well, but probably just wasn't quite enough at the end.
You've been experimenting all series. Have you got more questions or answers from this series in the lead up to the World Cup?
I think we've got a lot of answers. I think that it's been a fantastic series for players individually. I think to keep continuing to grow as a team has been fantastic as well. So it's just one of those things. Sri Lanka are a very dangerous side, and to win 4 games in a row was really good. To win 5 is really tough in a format of the game that can be so fickle at times.
You mentioned you got some answers out of this series. What were a couple?
Sorry, Kat?
You mentioned you did get some answers from this series. What were a couple?
I thought the flexibility of Josh Inglis throughout the order was fantastic. He showed that his game is well and truly suited to international cricket. The depth in our bowling continues to grow as well, which is brilliant. I thought the way that Ash Agar come back into the side was unbelievable. He's bowled the house down.
Yeah. Well, congratulations on a 4-1 series win. I'd now like to invite the rest of the team to come up onto stage and accept the trophy.
This doesn't work as well for us on radio, but I'll promise you the boys are on their way up and there'll be a little bit of confetti and the trophy being handed to the Australians. That just about brings the curtain down on the Australian International Summer of Cricket. As we touched on a few times, it started way back in September. It's finished today at the MCG, but the cricket hasn't for our national teams. Our women are already over in New Zealand preparing for a 50-over World Cup. Benji, I just need to point out it's actually not in the trophy cabinet at the moment, so the Aussies aren't the defending...
Still breaking my heart, Corby.
Aren't the defending champions. They've got to try and win it back. They'll start a prohibitive favourite. Meanwhile, our men are on a historic tour of Pakistan, which starts early next month. 3 test matches as well as some limited overs games. It's been a dramatic summer. We've got a new coach, a new test captain, a new chairman. So there's been a heap of change over the past few months. Multiple off-field stories, COVID interruptions. A very challenging summer in a lot of ways for Cricket Australia. Your biggest takeaway, Dirk and Beamsy, if you had to pick one thing that you remember this summer for, is there something that stands out?
Regardless of what dramas there have been off the field, I think the quality of Australian cricket is definitely on the rise for mine. The depth that Australia has at the moment and the quality of cricketing performances that they've put out there shows that I think they've turned a corner towards getting towards the top of the tree in world cricket.
Beamsy?
Yeah, I agree with that. I was going to say something similar, but I think the other thing for me is probably
That's
just
why I got in first.
Well played. The other thing for me would be Pat Cummins' leadership, I think, to step into that role. I think there was a lot of controversy leading into it, and then a lot of talk about whether a bowler could be captain. So for me, that was a question that's been answered emphatically, that we can have a bowler that can lead this test team really well.
There's stuff in the short-term horizons. There's more interesting cricket to be played in the Northern Hemisphere, obviously, as the seasons change. The 100 for the men and the women. The IPL is obviously around the corner for the boys. There's a tour of India coming up, so a heap of cricket on the schedule. Is there something that grabs you guys in particularly in the next couple of months, obviously before we're back for the next Australian home summer, that particularly excites you?
Oh, the Women's World Cup, but also for the men. I think going back to Pakistan for me is, having travelled to Pakistan, I absolutely loved it. They deserve to have a big tour like this to go off, and hopefully it goes off and is fantastic, compelling cricket to watch, because it's a wonderful place to tour, and I think the Pakistan cricket community deserve it.
Having been a part of the 2017 World Cup losing team, there's only one thing that's important to me, and that's Australia winning this 50-over World Cup.
You guys won't be far from us on ABC Radio throughout the winter months, but until we're back here again next summer, thank you for all your work. It's been a joy to hear your insights right throughout the summer.
Thanks
Corby.
And to all our experts as well. I'm not going to try and name everyone. We've had so many great voices across the summer, as well as our play-by-play callers, our techs, our studio operators. All our bosses, of course, have to shout them out for all their hard work as well in arranging everything that's happening this summer, which has had its challenges again with late changes due to COVID. On behalf of our crew tonight and everyone across the course of the summer, thank you very much for being with us on Grandstand Cricket. The curtain coming down on the international summer. The Aussies lift the trophy, but Sri Lanka get out of here with a win tonight by 5 wickets. There's plenty more cricket content, of course, on the ABC. The Grandstand Cricket podcast continues on. The latest episode is up tomorrow. Stay close to our ABC Sport platforms for the next time that you'll hear ball-by-ball cricket on the ABC. Good